Welcome to section 12 of the Complete Web Developer course. I hope you enjoyed the previous app making section and are already thinking of an app that you can build and put into Google Play and the App Store. In this section, we'll be looking at the latest versions of HTML and CSS, that is HTML5 and CSS3. Both of them are big updates to their respective language and allow us to do a lot more powerful things than we could before. With HTML5, we'll be seeing how we can integrate audio and video into our apps, as well as make our forms a lot more powerful and user-friendly. We'll even see how the canvas tag works and how we can use it to start drawing directly onto our HTML page and even create real HTML-based games. With CSS3, we'll see how to do things like introduce gradients and make our web apps interactive using animation. There's a lot of powerful stuff here, so I hope you're looking forward to it, and I'll see you, as always, at the beginning of the next section. In this section, we'll be looking at HTML5 and CSS3. Although all the HTML that we've looked at in this course is HTML5 compatible, there are a number of specific HTML5 and CSS3 features that are worth looking at in detail in themselves. HTML5 in particular brought a new level of interactivity and power to the browser, and in this section I'm going to show you how to take advantage of that. We'll be looking at some of the ways you can use HTML5 to make your forms more powerful and user-friendly. We'll see how we can integrate video and audio very easily into our websites with HTML5. We'll look at the new canvas tag, which allows you to essentially draw onto the screen very easily. And we'll finish with a quick run through of some of the other best features of HTML5. When you're working with HTML5 and these new advanced features, it's worth being aware of which browsers can support the features that you're using. So I'd recommend using a website called caniuse.com, which has a list of all of the latest features within HTML5 and CSS3 and shows the browser support for them. So if we're going to use the canvas tag, for example, then we should be aware that we're pretty safe with the latest versions of most of the browsers. Opera Mini is going to be our only major problem, and IE8 as well is going to be an issue. So 1% of users might struggle, but that's probably worth it for the extra features that Canvas can bring. So I hope you're excited about the potential for HTML5 to enhance your sites and make them look great and be more powerful and interactive for your users. We're going to start by looking at how HTML5 can enhance forms in the next video. One of the biggest ways that HTML5 has improved the way that we can create web pages is with forms. And in this video, we'll be looking at a few of the cool HTML5 features that you can use in your sites with usually just a single line of code. So let's set ourselves up first off with a new folder. So within our Complete Web Developer course folder, I'm going to create a new one, which I'll call 10 HTML5 CSS3. And then I'll go back over to my text editor where I've still got my mobile apps page, and I'll just get rid of everything that we don't need there. And we'll treat that as our starting point. There we go. And then I'll use File, Save As, and I'll save it in our new folder, HTML5 CSS3. There it is. And then I'll open that up in Chrome. And now we're ready to go. So let's set up a simple form. We're not going to worry about Bootstrap or anything this time. Not particularly concerned about style here, it's more functionality. So let's start with our humble input element, and we'll give it a type of text, And the first thing that I'm going to show you is actually something that we've used throughout the course, but is HTML5 specific, and that is the placeholder. And you know how that works. It just means that the browser will show that text, and then when you start typing, it will disappear. So that's familiar enough, but we wouldn't have it without HTML5. I'll just put that in a paragraph tag. And then let's look at our first new feature. And the first one I'm going to show you is autofocus. So again, we've got a simple input with a type of text, and all we have to do with autofocus is add the word autofocus to that input, and then as soon as we load the page, it will take the focus from any other element. So if you want your user to particularly start their form with a particular input, then that's what autofocus will do for you. Note that in XHTML, which is a stricter version of HTML5, you can't just use empty attributes like that. So you would have to specify autofocus is equal to autofocus, like that. And that will still work in HTML5, but in HTML5 itself, it's not as fussy. So you can get away with just putting autofocus. That's perfectly fine. So that's pretty cool. Moving swiftly on though, we can very easily with HTML5 specify that the browser should not autocomplete. So most browsers remember the content that users have typed into specific fields, but in some cases we might want to switch that off. And that's really easy to do with HTML5. We just use autocomplete is off. Now here that won't make any difference, but if you wanted to get a user's credit card number or something like that without predicting it, then you could use autocomplete is off. Note that on is the default, so we wouldn't have to use that. The next cool feature I want to show you is required. So we saw in the jQuery section how to do validation with JavaScript, and later we did it with PHP as well. But some basic validation is built in to HTML5. And one thing we can do is use the attribute required to force a certain field to be filled in. So I'll just put a submit field at the end there. And then let's have a look. If I try and submit, then it will insist that we fill out that field. A related tag that we've already seen is one with a type of email. And let's put that above the submit. So if I put some text in there that's not an email address and try and submit, in fact I get that error first, but if I then fill in that field and submit, then it gives us a nice error message if they don't put a valid email address in. So let's just label these a little bit. So we've got a placeholder, autofocus, autocomplete, off, required, and email. All right, getting to more complex stuff, we can use a pattern to insist that an input has a certain pattern to it. So we would use that like this. So we use the pattern attribute. So if, for example, we wanted to insist that they enter a single digit, then we could use square brackets and 0 to 9. And then, as long as I validated all of those, if I put a 2-digit number in there, it says please match the correct format. And if I get it right, then it submits the form. These patterns are standard regex, or regular expressions, which again we saw in the PHP chapter. But if you want to check out some examples, there's a whole website out there called html5pattern.com, which gives you a bunch of examples. So for example, you could specify a username with 2 to 20 characters, a valid Twitter username, etc., etc. You get the idea. So that's a really easy way to validate certain data types without even using any JavaScript. If you thought that was cool though, wait till you see this. With HTML5, we can set up autocomplete in our forms, again, without using any JavaScript. And we do that by setting up a data list with a certain ID. So if I use my classic example, I might want to have a data list of names. And then within that data list, I would set up options, just like with drop-downs, that might have a value of Rob, and then a display of Rob as well. I might have Kirsten, Tommy, and Ralphie. There we go. And then I just set up my text input as usual. And I add a list to it with an ID matching the data list. That simple. So now, if I start typing there, it will predict which ones I'm looking for and even give me a little drop down of all the available ones as well. So I think that's a hugely powerful new option, and in many ways preferable to a drop down, because you can get to what you're wanting to enter much quicker, especially if you've got a long list of potential values. You can even add a drop down within the data list itself, and then if your browser doesn't support the new data list feature, then it will show a drop-down menu there. So that's a really nice, elegant way of degrading should the autocomplete feature not be available. Another useful feature is being able to link an input to a specific form. So by default, for HTML5, if you wanted an input to be linked to the form, you would have to put it inside that form. But that's not always useful. If you're generating a table and you want a number of mini forms within that table, then quite often you'll want to put your input outside the form. But that's now easy to do with HTML5. So you can put your code outside the form and you just link it to a specific form by its ID. Simple. And then it will appear wherever you want it on the page, but when that form is submitted, then this data will be submitted with it. On a similar note, previously when a form was submitted, you could only have a single action option on the form itself. So we might have something like processform.php, but you might want to go to different locations depending on which submit button has been clicked. And you can do that very easily using form action on your submit button, and you can then just specify a different URL for that particular submit button. You can even specify a particular method for each button, although I'm not too sure why you'd want to do that. But you can have get for some buttons and post for others. The final new cool thing I want to show you with forms is how easy it is to upload multiple files with HTML5 forms. So the traditional input for files would be an input with type of file. Simple as that. And then you would choose your file in the usual way. But if you want the user to be able to select multiple files, you just add the multiple attribute to your input, and you can then choose, let's just pick 2 files using Command or Control on Windows, and then it's selected 2 files, and then both of those will be uploaded when you submit the form. And that's it. I hope you'll agree with me that all of those are very useful and save a lot of time in programming if you want to do any of this sort of validation, autocomplete, or fancy submitting. That's just the beginning of HTML5 though, and in the next video we'll be looking at how we can use HTML5 to insert audio and video very easily into our web pages. Before HTML5, the only way to play video and audio on your sites was to use some sort of a plugin. But with HTML5, adding and controlling video and audio is extremely easy. Before we can do that though, we will need to download some video and audio. So I would just do a quick Google for sample video, and I like the website samplevideos.com, which does exactly what you think it might do. And for video, I would recommend MP4. This has got the most browser support of all the file formats. So I'm going to click download for that first one, and I'm going to save it in the same folder as my main file, and I'll just call it video. And while we're here, we'll download some audio as well. Again, MP3 is the best standard to use in my opinion because it's the only one supported by all the major browsers. I'll just call that audio.mp3. Alright, so let's get rid of our lovely form code and see how we add video to our HTML page. So as I've said, it's super easy. We just use the video tag with a certain width. Let's go for 320 and a height of 240. And then all we need to do is specify a source for the video. And we do that using an src of video.mp4. And we specify the type as well. So the type here is video/mp4. You can even specify multiple sources if you want to be absolutely sure that you're maximizing browser compatibility, but with MP4 you should be pretty safe. You can also add some text which will appear if the user's browser doesn't support this type of video. I'll just put please upgrade your browser. Alright then, let's have a look. So there's the video. Unfortunately though, we can't do anything with it. That's because without specifying controls, we don't get given any controls. So let's try it now. Aha, there we go. That looks a bit better. And we can play the video right there. All the controls are going to be different from browser to browser. Usually they will have a full screen option like that, and volume controls and slider controls as well. We can also use the autoplay attribute to do what you might think, make the video autoplay. So if we were really cruel to our users, we might turn off the controls and autoplay the video. That might work quite well with a soundless video that formed the backdrop of a hero bar on your page, for example. But normally, we're going to want to give the users some controls. That's pretty much all there is to it, but we can also interact with the video using JavaScript. And I'll just show you the basics of how we might do that here. So let's add a bit of JavaScript. One thing to note in HTML5 as well is that you don't have to specify a type for your script tags anymore. I think it's generally a good idea, but not part of the HTML5 specification, so we can just leave it like that. So let's say we wanted our own button which started the video. So let's just get rid of autoplay for the moment. So underneath the video, we might have button with an ID of play, which had the word play on it. So obviously that won't do anything at the moment, but let's write some JavaScript to get some interaction with it. So we'll use the good old getElementById to grab our play button, and we want to add an onClick to that, which is a function which will be contained here. And as usual, I'll do a quick check just to make sure everything's linked up. There we go. So how do we make the video play? It's pretty easy. We need to first give the video an ID. So I'll give it an ID of video. And then again, we use document.getElementById video. And then we just simply use play. Simple as that. So let's see it in action. There we go. So here's a quick challenge for you. Can you make it not just a play button, but a button which either plays or pauses the video, depending on whether it's currently paused or playing? Go for it. Now, you may have had to do a little bit of Googling there to figure out how to do it, but it's pretty straightforward. We do a check to see if document.getElementById video and then paused. And if that's the case, we'll play it. If it's not, then we'll pause it. So let's have a look. So play, pause, play, pause. And just to be a little bit more fancy as well, if we're making it play, then we'll set this dot inner HTML is equal to pause, and similarly here, this dot inner HTML is equal to play, just so our play button updates. Great. One more thing before we move on to audio. So that's pretty much all you need to know about including video in your websites, and you can probably guess what the process is for including audio. It works in pretty much the same way. So let's check it out. So instead of a video tag, we have an audio tag. We don't necessarily need a width and a height here. So we might just want to have an audio tag with controls. And then, as before, we specify the source. So in our case, it's going to be audio.mp3. And a small HTML5 comment here is that you no longer need the quotes around attribute values like that. I quite like putting them in though, because I think it makes things a little bit clearer. But in HTML5, you don't need them. And then you specify the type again. So this is MP3, so we use audio.mpeg. And then once again, we'll add a message to upgrade their browser if it doesn't work. And here we go. So that should play our audio. There it is. Wonderful. And note that if we take out the controls and put autoplay in there, we can again very cruelly just autoplay the sound without any way of the user stopping it. So let's not do that. That's better. And that's it. You can use exactly the same JavaScript instructions to add, play, pause, etc. But I'm sure you can figure out how to do that based on this code if you need to. So very, very simple. We just use the video tag or the audio tag with a few options to play video and audio in your websites. I hope your head is buzzing with ideas about how you might use that, but we're going to go on and see perhaps the most famous HTML5 tag, and that is Canvas. Continuing our tour of HTML5 features, in this video we're going to be looking at the Canvas element, which at its base level allows us to draw on the screen, but at its most advanced allows you to create complete 2D and 3D games that work right inside the browser. We're not going to go that far, but if you want to have a quick Google of HTML5 Canvas games or HTML5 Canvas examples, you'll see some really cool stuff. So starting at the beginning, we create a canvas with the canvas tag, as you might imagine, and then we usually give it an ID of something like my canvas. And then we're going to specify a width. Let's go for 500 and a height of, let's say, 400. There we go. Now in itself, that doesn't show us anything at all. So we might want to give it a little bit of style. For example, a border 1px solid grey, just to be sure that it's there. There it is. So to do anything with our canvas, we need JavaScript. So let's bring in a script tag, and we'll start by getting the canvas, which we'll do in the usual way, but I'll assign a variable to it so that we can access it from later on in the JavaScript much easier. So document.getElementById, my canvas. And then the first thing we need to specify is whether we're working in 2D or 3D. And we do that by creating a context. And the context is my canvas.getContext. And we want to specify 2D because we're working in 2 dimensions here. And now let's say we want to add a rectangle to this canvas. We would first specify the fill style. So we get that within the context. And that can either be a color or even a gradient or a pattern. We'll see how to do the latter later on. But for a color, I'm just going to get one from my color picker here. So let's go for a nice green and then copy that to the clipboard with the hash in front. And there we go. So that will specify the color that we're using until we change it. And then to draw our rectangle, we use the fill rect. So that will draw a filled in rectangle. And for the fill rect function, we need to specify 4 numbers. So the first 2 numbers are the coordinates of the top left of the rectangle. Now the coordinate system in our canvas starts at the top left, so this would be 0, 0. And the bottom right would then be in my case, 500, 400, because it's 500 along and 400 down. So if we wanted to start our rectangle in the top left corner, then we would use 0, 0. And then the last two numbers are the width and height of the rectangle. So if we wanted to make it 100 pixels in the horizontal and 50 pixels in the vertical, then we would do it like that. Let's take a look. Super. So obviously I could change those numbers to anything I wanted. To make a rectangle anywhere on the canvas. So that's rectangles. How about lines? Lines are very easy to draw as well. We use context again. And then in this case, we move to wherever we want the line to start. So let's say we want to draw a line from the bottom left of the canvas to the top right. So what are the coordinates of the bottom left of the canvas down here? All right, hope you got it. The bottom left is 0 in the x direction and 400 down. So that's 0, 400. Then we take our context again and line 2. And this is to specify where we want the line to go to. So once again, question for you. What are the coordinates of the top right of the rectangle, of the canvas, sorry? Okay, hope you got it. They are 500 along and 0 down. So 500, 0. And then finally we have to specify to actually draw the line. And we do that using context.stroke. Okay, let's have a look. There we go. So that's drawn our line from bottom left to top right. Notice that the line is not green. That's because we've set the fill style to green, but the line doesn't have a fill style. It instead has a stroke style. So if we set that, again, we could set that to anything we liked, but I'm going to choose a color. Let's have a red for this one. There we go. And that will then change the color of our line. We can also change the thickness of the line using context.line_width. And we can put that equal to whatever we like. So say 20. That'll make it pretty thick. 20 pixels thick to be precise. And there we go. So quick challenge for you then to practice this. Can you draw a 200 by 200 pixels square in the center of the canvas with a red X crisscrossing it from the top left to the bottom right and the bottom left to the top right? Go for it. Okay, hope you managed it. It's pretty straightforward. The tricky bit is just getting the maths right. So let's create a fill rectangle again. And because we want it 200 by 200 in the center here, then we need to work out what the center of the canvas is. So this is 500 pixels wide, so the center is going to be 250, half of that. And then if we want it 200 pixels wide in total, we want to go 100 that way and 100 that way. So 100 to the left of 250 is 150. And then we also want to go 100 pixels up of the center. So the height is 400, so the center is 200. So 100 pixels up from that is 100. And then we just specify the width and the height, both of which are 200. Okay, let's check that. That looks pretty good. Now let's do our line. So we'll use context.move2. And I'm going to do top left to bottom right first off. So the top left here is the same as what we had for the rectangle there. So 150, 100. Then we'll have a line 2, and we want the bottom right. So that's going to be each of these plus 200. So 350, 300. Then we'll set the stroke style. To be our color, which I'll just copy again. And finally, we'll do context.stroke to draw the line. There we go. So that's the line from top left to bottom right. We also want to do bottom left to top right. We can actually do that within the same stroke here. So we can use context.moveTo, and then bottom left is going to be the same as top left, but 200 down. So that's 150, 300, because we add 200 to that 100 there. And then line 2, and again that's going to be the same as the top left coordinates, but it's going to be 200 to the right. So that's 350, 150 plus 200, and then the y coordinate is the same as for the top left. All right, let's take a look. There we go. Moving swiftly on, we can also draw circles. They're pretty straightforward. So for these ones, we use context.beginPath, and then to draw our circle, we use context.arc, and then we give the coordinates of the center of the circle. So let's say we want the center of the circle to be 100, 100, so up there somewhere. Then we give the radius of the circle, which is the distance from the center to the edge. So let's say that's 50. And then to specify the amount of arc we want, we use angles, and specifically we use a measure of angles called radians. Now you're probably used to a full circle being 360 degrees, but we can also break down a circle into units called radians, where instead of being 360 radians, there are 2 pi radians in a full circle. Now that might sound horrendously complicated, but it is useful in a number of situations, and it's what we need to do here. So if I want to do a full circle, I want to go from, if this is my center, I want to go round from the right all the way around from the start to the end. So the start of the circle is 0 radians, which essentially means on the right hand side there. And then remember there are 2 pi radians in a full circle. So if I want to go all the way around, I want to end my circle at 2 times pi. And to get pi in JavaScript, we use math.pi. So feel free to listen to that explanation again, or do a quick bit of online research about pi and radians. But this will get us our full circle, and I'll do another example in a moment which should clarify it a little bit as well. And then we use context.stroke, same as before, to draw the circle. There we go. So now we've got our full circle, which is going round from there all the way round. So to clarify what's going on with these angles, let's imagine that we want to draw an arc from here on the left to here at the top. So remember, this is 0 and all the way around is 2 pi. So the starting point now is going to be halfway round. So if all the way around is 2 pi, half the way round is 1 pi. So we're going to start at just math.pi. And then the finishing point is up here, which is 3/4 of the way round. So if the full circle is 2 pi, 3/4 of it is going to be 2 pi times 3/4. So I'm just going to take my 2 pi and multiply it by 3/4. And then that will give me a quarter circle from the left to the top. All right, so now we've got rectangles, we've got lines, and we've got arcs and circles. There are two more things I'm going to show you here, and they are gradients and text. So to add a gradient to our canvas, we create a variable called gradient. We can call it whatever we like, but gradient makes sense. And this is going to be context.create linear gradient. And we've got x0 and y0 there, which are the coordinates of the top left of where we want our gradient to be, and x1 and y1, the bottom right of the gradient. So I'm going to use this gradient in my square. So the top left coordinates of my square are 150 and 100. And then the bottom right coordinates are 350, 300. So that's where I want my gradient to go. Now I need to specify the colors involved in the gradient. And to do that, I add color stops to my gradient. So we have gradient dot add color stop. And this is going to be the starting color, which is going to be the color here, or the color at 0. So 0 is the top left essentially, and I can specify an HTML color code, or I could just use a word description. So we're going to have white at the top left, and then at the bottom right, this has a color stop of 1. So let's point there, and let's use the green that we had before for that. And then, as you might have guessed, instead of setting a color as our fill style, we set gradient as the fill style. So then we'll have a very nice gradient from top left to bottom right. Finally then, we'll see how to add text to our canvas. And again, this is pretty straightforward. We start off by specifying a font. So we might go for something like 20 pixels Arial. And then we use fill text. And I'm just going to use my canvas. And then we specify the bottom left coordinates of the text. So if I want it somewhere around the middle at the top there, I might specify 200, 50. And then just before we run that, we'll need to set the fill style again, because at the moment we've got it on a gradient, which is only defined in that rectangle there. So we can just update it to a fill style of, to keep things simple, black. There we go. So that's pretty much as far as we're going to go with the canvas, but I've just got a quick challenge for you. Can you make it so that the My Canvas text goes from red on the left to green on the right with a gradient? Go for it. Okay, hope you got it. So we'll need to create a new gradient. I'll call it text gradient, which as before is going to be context.create linear gradient. Now we want it to start at 200, 50. And we want it to end somewhere on the right. I'll have to guess roughly where that is. I think it's probably about 300, 50 as well. And then we need to add our color stops. So text gradient add color stop. And we want red on the left. So I'm going to go for red. And then we want yellow on the right. So we'll go for yellow there. And then we update our fill style to being text gradient. And there we go. Very stylish. All right, so there's obviously a huge amount more that you can do with Canvas. This has just been an introduction to how you can create basic shapes, gradients, and text. I do want to put that into practice though. So in the next video, we'll have a Canvas challenge in which we'll build an analog clock. Now that we're familiar with the HTML5 canvas element, we're going to be making a clock. So this will show us how far we can go with the skills that we learned in the previous video. It's actually an idea that I got from the W3 Schools website that I thought was really cool, and so this is what we're going to be making in this video. It does have some reasonably complex maths in it, so be prepared to watch my video if you haven't done maths for quite a while, because you do need to work out some angles and also lengths from, say, the center to the number 1 to make the numbers and hands appear in the right place. But other than that, all of the skills are what we covered in the previous video. So I'll give you a moment to pause the video and try and recreate what you've got in front of you here. Best of luck. Okay, hope you managed to have a good stab at that. So let's start by setting up our canvas. So I'll give it an ID of clock and a width of 500 and a height of 500 as well. And then we'll add our scripts. Let's not forget a quick message, just in case the user is using an old browser. And then let's create our canvas variable, which is going to be document.getElementById clock, and also our context. So that's canvas.getContext 2D. I also want a variable to specify the radius of my clock, which is simply going to be half the width of the canvas. So let's use clock radius, and we'll put that equal to canvas.width divided by 2. And because I like to check these things, let's just alert the value of the radius. Yep, 250. Perfect. All right, and now let's draw the clock circle. So we'll do this using context.beginPath. Then we'll set up our arc. And this is going to have a center of clock radius, clock radius, which is the center of our canvas. A radius of clock radius, and we're going to start at 0 and go all the way around, so 2 times pi. And then we want to draw it, but this time we don't want to just have an arc, we want to fill it in. So we'll use context.fill. All right, let's have a look. There we go. That looks good. Now for the tricky part, the numbers. So we're going to do this with text. So let's use context.font. And let's try making this about 1/10 of the radius in terms of pixels. We might need to tweak that a little bit. Let's use clock radius divided by 10 and then plus pixels and Arial. And then we'll need to set the fill style to white. And the challenge here is going to be getting the positioning right. I'm going to use 2 layout instructions to make my life a little bit easier. First one is text align, which is center. So that will make the text aligned at the center of the a horizontal position where I put it. And we can do the same with the vertical position using text baseline is middle. So this will essentially put the text in the center horizontally and vertically of where I put it rather than at the bottom left. And for now, we'll just start with the 12. So let's pop that in. So context.fillText 12. And we'll put it just at the center of the circle for the moment. So that's clock radius, comma, clock radius. And there we go. Now the 12, of course, we want to appear up here. So for the 12, the x coordinate is already correct, but the y coordinate needs to be decreased by a little bit less than the clock radius. So I'm going to subtract clock radius times 0.9 from that to get it near the top. All right, now that was the easy one. The tricky one is going to be the next one, so the 1 essentially. So this is where we're going to need our maths. So let's copy what we've got so far, but this time we want the 1. Now, if you imagine a line going from the center of the circle to where we want our 1 to be, that line has a length of clock radius times 0.9, because it's a little bit less than the clock radius. And essentially we want to work out the vertical distance from the center to that point and the horizontal distance. And that's where we use sine and cos. If you manage to look those up and figure out how to use them, then congratulations. If not, don't worry about it. It's quite mathematically specific. Essentially, the up movement is going to be this length multiplied by cos of the angle. And the horizontal movement is going to be this length multiplied by the sine of the angle. So let's try and get that right. So for the horizontal, we want to add on, and I think I'll make it longer here, clock radius multiplied by, here we want math.sine of the angle, which is 2 times math.pi, which remember is all the way round, but we only want to go 1/12 of the way round. So we're going to divide that by 12. And I actually want to multiply the clock radius by 0.9 because I only want to go 9/10 of the way out to the numbers rather than to the edge. So that looks good. Looks like it's moved it along about the right amount. We now want to move it down the right amount as well. So it's actually pretty similar to before, that instead of subtracting just clock radius times 0.9, which would take it vertically up, we subtract clock radius times 0.9 times cos of the angle. So that's multiplied by math.cos 2 times math.pi divided by 12, because we're dividing the full circle into 12 equal parts. Phew! So don't worry too much if you didn't follow all the maths going on there. This is the point at which you should be able to carry on and finish the challenge, even if you're not 100% clear on how the sine and cos come into the whole thing. All right. So obviously we don't want to have 12 different lines of code to do this. We want to do this with a nice loop. So let's use a for loop, and we'll start off with I is equal to 1. And we want to keep going as long as I is less than or equal to 12. And we want to increment I by 1 each time. And then we're going to use this line of code where we're going to take, instead of 1, we want to use I. And we're also going to need to increase the angle each time. So we're just going to multiply that by I, which will take us further and further round the clock. And similarly here. Multiply by I. All right, then, fingers crossed. Let's take a look. Wonderful. So now we have our lovely clock face. Now that all remains is the hands. And we actually don't need that 12 anymore either. So we're going to need to get the time. But fortunately, we can get that from JavaScript pretty easily. So we'll get the number of hours. And we'll do that from a new date dot get hours. We'll get minutes, which is another new date dot get minutes. And we'll get seconds as well, which will be new date get seconds. Now, seconds is pretty straightforward because it's just between 0 and 60. Minutes is also pretty straightforward because it's between 0 and 60. But hours is not quite that straightforward. And that's because not only is it in a 24-hour format, but we also need to incorporate the number of minutes in it as well, because we do want to move it around between the 3 and the 4, say, as we get closer and closer to 4 o'clock. So let's create a variable full hours. And first off, we need to get it from a 24-hour to 12-hour. Now, the easy way to do that is to take hours and use %12 to get the remainder when hours is divided by 12. And so if hours is less than 12, it will remain the same. If it's more than 12, essentially we're subtracting 12 from it to get from, say, 23 to 11. And then we need to add to that the number of minutes, which is just minutes divided by 60, because we need to get that in hours. And then for full accuracy, we should also do seconds divided by 3,600, the number of seconds in an hour. Next, we need to get the angle for each of these. So let's have a variable hours angle. This is going to be the angle of the hour hand from 12 o'clock, which is actually reasonably straightforward. We just get the number of hours, so full hours, and then multiply that by the number of angles for 1 hour. And 1 hour is 2 times math.pi, which is all the way around a circle, divided by 12, because it's a 12th of the way around the circle. Similarly, we'll do minutes angle, and that's going to be minutes times 2 times math.pi divided by 12. And seconds angle is going to be the same. So that's just seconds times 2 times pi divided by 12. And then to draw, say, the hour hand, we'll use context.move2, and then we want to start at the center of the circle, which is clock radius, comma clock radius. So halfway along, halfway down. And then we want to draw a line 2, and this is the tricky bit again. So I'll expand outwards. Essentially, we're going to want the same thing that we had here. So on the horizontal, we want exactly the same as that, except instead of moving this angle around, we want to move the hours angle around. And then for the y coordinate, we want to use again the same as before. So clock radius to get to the center minus clock radius times 0.9 times cos of the angle. So hours angle. And then we want to draw the line. So context dot stroke. And a couple of quick things there. Firstly, I think I've missed a bracket off, and we also need to set the stroke style, because otherwise it's going to be black, so we won't see it on top of the clock face. So I just set it to white. And one more quick change as well. I think we'll need to have a variable for the date rather than grab the hours, minutes and seconds directly from the new date function. And a small thing as well, I've forgotten the brackets after these functions. Let's pop those in. And I've just noticed there that I've got content rather than context. Not my finest hour, but there we go. Let's run it and give it a shot. There we go. That's looking good. And that is about the right time. It's 2:51 here. So a couple of things. We definitely want to make that a little bit shorter. In fact, the hour hand is usually quite a bit shorter. So let's make that about 0.6. And I think a little bit thicker as well. So we'll use context dot line width. And let's say 5. See how that looks. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. Let's add in now the minute hand. So I'll use all of this code again. This time we'll make it a little bit thinner, a little bit longer, and we'll change, well, maybe 0.8 actually, and we'll change hours angle to minutes angle, and here as well. All right, let's take a look. Okay, that's looking good. And then we'll do the same for the second hand. So we'll make it a bit narrower again. And then we want seconds angle and seconds angle. And there we go. I think I'll just make the seconds angle line a little bit longer. So maybe we'll go all the way out to 0.9. Lovely. And then before we make the clock work, I think it looks a little bit ugly in the middle there. So I'm just going to add a small circle in the middle to tidy that up a touch. So let's add another path and then have an arc. And let's just try 20 pixels. And we'll need the fill style to be white at that point. So actually I can move that up here to before we draw that circle. So let's take a look. There we go. That does look a little bit tidier. I think I'll just make it a bit smaller. Maybe 10. There we go. Much better. And I've just noticed something slightly strange with our hands. They do sort of pop all over the place a little bit. I think that's because even though there are 12 hours in a full turn, there are 60 minutes. And of course, 60 seconds. So that looks much better. Brilliant. So all that remains is to get this to update every second rather than just when the page is refreshed. But that's easily done. All we need to do is set this whole thing up as a function. So we might call it set time. And then we want that function to be called every second. So we use set interval and then set time every 1000 milliseconds. And one final change that we'll need there is to set the fill style to black just before the clock face is drawn, otherwise it will still be white from drawing the hands. Okay, let's have a look. That's looking great. Fantastic. That takes us to the end of the Canvas challenge, but now we're going to move on to just assorted HTML5 cool features that we can use in our websites before we look in a bit more detail at CSS3. In this final video in the HTML5 section, we'll be looking at just a small number of remaining cool features of HTML5 and why we might want to use them. To start off, one of the biggest philosophical changes behind HTML5 is that we're now aiming to make our HTML more human readable than it was before. And this has led to a number of changes on the styling front, for example, changing B to strong, but it's also led to some new elements, some of which we've actually seen in the Bootstrap section of the course and in WordPress as well. So one of them is the article, which is essentially just a div that's used for article content. So it would be the main content section of a blog post, for example. But then we can style it directly using article without using any classes or IDs. So something like that. Let's take a look. There we go. There are a number of other elements which are essentially just divs but renamed to make your HTML more readable, and they are header, footer, article, section, nav, and menu. Again, some of which we've seen before, but all of these are essentially divs, but we just use these names to make our HTML more standardized and readable. One small note is that Internet Explorer at the time of recording will by default give these elements a display of inline, which means they'll appear to the right of previous elements rather than a display of block, which means that they will stretch to the whole width of their container and go onto a new line. And that's normally what we want for these div-like elements. So if you're going to be using them, it's recommended to put display as block to make sure that they're displayed correctly in Internet Explorer. We can even create our own elements, which is pretty fun, using JavaScript. So we can use something like document.createElement. Let's say we wanted to call our element a container. And then we could use container in our HTML as well, which is quite good fun. While we're talking about new elements, there's also a new image containing element called figure. And this is designed to help us put captions and connect those with images. So let's say we've got an image. Let's just go and find one quickly. Let's have Maggie Simpson. So we'll just view that image. There we go. Copy the URL. Great. Just make sure that's displaying properly. There we go. And while we're adding an image, it's worth stating that in HTML5, for an image to be correct HTML, it has to have an alt tag. So all images should have alt tags in HTML5. And then if we want to have our caption, we use fig caption. And then just put something like Maggie Simpson. And then if we have a look, you can see that the caption is nicely aligned to the image. Obviously, we'd probably want to style that to make it display how we want. But again, the aim is really to make our HTML readable and to see that this is definitely supposed to be a caption related to this particular image. While we're talking about new tags, this one's not exactly new, but it has been redefined, and we can now use small to display some small text. So if I wanted to quote the location of this image source, then I could do that easily using small. And the last new one I'll show you is mark, which essentially highlights your text. Let's take a look. There we go. We've seen this next one before, particularly in the mobile app section, but we can now add data attributes with anything we like. So I might want to add data description and then use baby or something like that. This will be perfectly valid HTML, and I can put whatever word I like in there. And then if I want to access that and get the value of that tag at some point, I can do that easily with JavaScript, which you'll remember I don't need the type variable in HTML5 anymore. I'll just give this an ID. So to access the data description, I use document.getElementById, and then get the element by its ID, and then get attribute. And the attribute that I want to get is data description. And then for now, I could just alert that. And that should alert baby for us. There we go. I'll just comment that out for now. And now there's just two more things left I'd like to show you. The first is a new type of input called range, which is very simply a slider. You can see it down the bottom there, and we can slide from left to right to choose our value. We can specify some options as well. So we could specify what the minimum value is. So we might go for 0 there, what the maximum value is, so maybe 100. And we can also specify the step value. So we might want it to go up in tens or ones, depending on our form. And then that doesn't change the look of the slider, but it does if we change the step to something high. You'll notice that we can only then pick particular values, so it jumps up and down. And then we can get the result of that either through JavaScript using val or through our form when it's submitted via PHP. Excellent. So one more thing, and I've saved one of the best features till last, and this one is the content editable feature, which essentially makes any content on your website editable by the user. So if I just add some code here, or just some straightforward text, and we then refresh the page, as the user, I can now go in and edit that text directly. So you could use that to create a diary or interactive coding application. And one advantage over, say, text areas is that we can use this on any element type. So if we wanted to create a to-do list app, for example, we could make the UL content editable. I'll just put an example list element in there. And then if we take a look, so we can now edit the options that are there, but we can also add options of our own, and the formatting is maintained. So we're getting a new list item as we add a new item on our to-do list. So That takes us to the end of what we're going to look at from HTML5. Now it's time to look at one of the major new specifications that goes along with it, and that's CSS3. Having looked at HTML5 in some detail, we're now going to examine the new features in CSS3. CSS3 is the latest version of the cascading style sheets language, and it brings a lot of new and cool features that we're going to be examining in the next few videos. So we're going to start by looking at advanced selectors and pseudo classes, which allow us to access particular elements very easily. Then we're going to look at how we can do calculations within CSS. So for example, we could change the width of one column of a page relative to the screen size without using JavaScript. Then we'll look at the more graphical sides, including gradients, shadows, transformations, and animations. And finally, we'll look at some of the new layout features specific to CSS3. To get you a little bit excited though, I thought I'd show you a few of the cool things that we can do. So we can do all sorts of fading effects and transitions using CSS3. We can do cool text shadowing like that, and even make it interactive as the user can move the light source around. We can make a cube which has text on all sides, and we can rotate around with the arrow keys. And we've got this nice cool parallax effect as well, where we can effectively have depth to our images and then animate them completely using CSS. So there's a lot of cool stuff we can do. We'll start in the next video looking at selectors. One of the most useful things that we can do with the latest versions of CSS is select elements in advanced ways. So let's just start off by some of the ways that we are used to selecting elements in CSS. So we might have an H1, a paragraph, and a link. And we would access the H1 by simply typing H1. So if we wanted that to be red, for example, we just put color red in there. Similarly, we could add a class to the paragraph tag, and then we could access that class using a period or full stop and the class name, and then apply some CSS to it. Finally, we can have an ID, and we access the ID using a hash selector and the ID name, and we might have something like font size is 200%, which makes it big. So those are the selectors that we're used to using so far, but we can do a lot more than that. So first off, let's add a div which surrounds our paragraph and our link. What if I wanted to select all of the paragraphs within that div, but not paragraphs outside it? So one way would be to give them all a certain class, but that's a little bit messy, and we don't really want to do that just so that we can select them. But we can actually select them using what's known as the descendant selector. So if we wanted to select all paragraph tags within this div, we can just use div p, and then that would select all of the paragraph tags inside the div. So we might use font weight bold for those, for example, and then you can see the ones in the div are bold, but the one outside is not. We can also select what are known as sibling elements. So if we had a certain div that had an H3 element in it, for example, and we wanted to select all of the paragraphs in the same div that have an H3 element in it, then we can use H3 and then tilde which is the squiggly line for me, Shift and then the key next to Z, and then P. And for example, we could underline all of those. And then that would select all the P's within a div with an H3 element in. But if we added another div, then it wouldn't select that one. So this is in the other div. So it is font weight bold because it's in a div and it's a paragraph tag, but it's not sharing its div with an H3, so it's not underlined. But if we put an H3 in there, then it would become underlined. So that can be a very useful way to have paragraphs on different styles depending on what other elements are in them. We might want to be, again, a bit more fussy and only select the paragraph tag following the H3 element. We might want to give that a particular styling. So let's give that a font size of 150%. So the first paragraph then is bigger, but the rest are not. We can select elements that have a certain attribute in them. So if, for example, we wanted to select all the links which had a target, which usually would mean that we'd say target is equal to underscore blank, which means it opens in a new tab. Maybe we want to make all of those yellow. Then we could do that. And then if we had another link, just put it down the bottom. That link wouldn't be selected because it doesn't have a target. We could even be super fussy. Oh, I've lost my href there. Let's say this link goes to google.com, and then we could select links that only go to google.com, like that. And maybe make them bigger for some reason. And there we go. Of course, if I change the href to down here, then that one would become bigger. And these don't necessarily need to be links either. We could use any element that has any particular attribute to select for. We could even select links which go to anywhere on google.com using star equals, which means that the href just has to contain google.com. We could even make that just Google. And that will in this case do exactly the same thing. But this would then be more general and only select links which had Google in them somewhere. We can also customize this in a number of other ways. So if I add this as a comment, if we use circumflex equals, this will look for whether the attribute begins with whatever we have in the quotes there. We can use the $ equals to check whether it ends with a particular value. We can use tilde equals to see if it has the value between two spaces. So if the attribute has multiple classes, for example, or IDs, they would be separated by spaces, and we could find them here. And finally, we can use the pipe symbol. So shift, and then for me, the key just above the right shift button, to see if it has the value separated by hyphens, i.e. the dash symbol. So if you've got a class name that's made up of a number of different names separated by hyphens, you can search for it using that. So there you go. A whole different range of ways that we can select things, which mostly have the benefit of keeping your code more simple, or your HTML more simple, and your styling separated from it. So it reduces the need for having specific classes or IDs just for styling purposes. That's just the start of our fancy selectors though. In the next video we'll see how to use pseudo classes to select one or a number of elements in advanced and complex ways. So you have actually seen a few pseudo classes before. Mostly we've used them when it comes to links. So for example, we've used a :hover to perhaps add underlining to a link when it's hovered over. Just like that. But there's a lot more we can do than just style links. We can also style inputs when they're focused. So for example, I might change the background color to blue when my input comes under focus. Let's see how that works out. So there's my input, and clicking on it then will turn it blue. While we're on form elements, we can also style form elements on the basis of whether they're enabled or disabled. So I won't show you an example this time, but you get the idea. So normally they're faded out by the browser if they're disabled. I mean, we might want to change that in some way, and we can use this pseudo selector to select all disabled inputs and style them in some way. We can even look at checkboxes or radio elements and style them in a certain way when they're checked. So that's a way of selecting form elements based on their status, but we can also select elements based on their location. And one common way of selecting elements is using first child. So this actually replicates something that we saw in the previous video, and it enables us to select the first paragraph in each of their containing elements. So in this case, the first paragraph in each div. So if we add another color to that, let's go for that lovely aquamarine, then only the paragraphs that are the first element will be selected. We can do the same with last child. So let's make that one bigger again. Here's a question for you. Will that match any element here in our page? The answer is yes, it will match this one because it's both the first child and the last child. So it will be bigger and aquamarine. And of course, if I move this paragraph to the end of that div, it will match that one too. The other setup here is we can look at only child, and maybe we'll make that one bold, and that one, as you can imagine, will style the elements which are the only element within their container. So in this case, once again, it's that one. Notice that the first child doesn't select this paragraph here, even though it's the first paragraph within the div, because it's not the first element within the div. So if we wanted to select the first paragraph regardless of where it was, we can use first of type. And let's underline that one. So this will then underline all three of those because they're all the first of their type in their container. So notice that selected this one as well because it's the first of its type in the body element. Even though there are paragraph tags that come before it, they're not directly inside the body, so they don't count. We can also use, as you might imagine, last of type and only of type. to select the last of each type in the container and the only of type in the container as well. I'm sure you can imagine how those work, so I'll leave that as a comment. Now here we're going to get really fancy, and we can select, for example, if we look at a table row, we could select every other table row using nth child. And the rule is, for nth child, you have to provide your rule. So now you're going to need some maths for this, I'm afraid. But if you want to select every other row, then your statement would be 2n, because you're selecting rows 2, 4, 6, 8, etc. If you wanted to select every other row starting at the first one, you could use 2n minus 1. And that would then select 1, 3, 5, etc. So let's just quickly see that in action. If we make ourselves a table, and then a table row, it's not going to be a table full of me. It's going to be my usual suspects. There we go. And then if we wanted to make every other one to have a green background, that's how we do it. There we go. So it's particularly useful for styling things like lists or tables where you want to separate out the item from the one below. There's a couple of other options here as well. You can use nth last child, and that will then count backwards. So instead of counting from the first to the last, it will count from the last back to the first. Similarly, you can use nth of type to only count the elements of that type. So for example here, if we were doing the selecting within this div, nth of type would only select the p's, whereas nth child itself looks at all of the children regardless of their type. Usually that's not an issue because we're looking at either table rows or list items or something like that, so they're not interspersed with other elements. But if they were, then you could use that instead. Okay, a few more for you. First off, we could select all the empty divs. So we might want, for example, to just hide them so that there's no styling showed if they don't have any content. We can use the not pseudo selector to select, for example, all the paragraphs that are not of a class of green. And maybe we want to make those blue. There we go. And we could use the pseudo selector on its own to select, say, everything that's not a div. Okay, your brain is probably exploding with pseudo classes right now, but I'll just show you a couple more things that we can do. And one of those is to select the first letter of each, say, paragraph. And maybe you want to make that a little bit bigger. And that will then select just the first letter. We can also use first line. And we're almost there. The last pseudo selector I want to show you is actually a pseudo element, which is essentially some content or styles that we can create at the end of an element. So for example, if we wanted the link location to appear after every link in our code, and I'll just add an href here so we get the idea. Let's use that. We can use a : after to add some content, and this could even be something like this is a link. And if we look at that, you see it's added that content there. Or we could create some dynamic content by putting attr for attribute and then href. And that will then put the actual link itself after that link. To make it make a bit more sense, you might want to put this in brackets and perhaps add a space. So that it reads better. You could even style that part of it different by putting the styles in here, if you want to. So I think that's probably enough for you to recall for now. It's hopefully given you an idea of all the different ways that we can select objects using pseudo selectors. You can always come back to this point as a reference. You don't need to keep all of these in your head, but it's good to know that they're available when you find yourself needing something like that while building a website. Okay, if all of that was a little bit dry for you, we're going to look at something a bit more visual now, and that is gradients and shadows. In the previous section, we saw how to do gradients using the HTML5 canvas, but if all you want is a gradient, it's actually easier to do with CSS. So in this video, I'll show you how to set up gradients in CSS, and we'll also look at the different types of shadows that we can create. So I'll start by getting rid of the code from the previous video. And then let's create a nice simple div, which will give an ID of gradient. And then we'll just select it in the usual way, and we'll start off by giving it a certain width and height. So we'll just have 300 pixels and a height of 200 pixels. And we'll start off with a background color of blue, just to check that everything's looking good. There we go. In fact, let's make it 500 pixels. Great. So, if we want a gradient that goes, for example, from white to blue, top to bottom, we just use background and then linear gradient, and then we give our two colors, so white and blue. Simple as that. And then we get our beautiful gradient, and of course we can put any sort of content on top of that as well. So that's just our background for a div. We can put whatever we like behind that. Note that I've left the background color is blue for browsers that don't support the gradient. So let's see what other options we can put in there. We can switch it to a left to right gradient by simply putting to right as our first parameter, and then it will become a left to right gradient. We can even make it a diagonal gradient by making it to bottom right. And you see my text editor is even clever enough to know what that is before we even run it in the browser. But now it's top left to bottom right. And of course, you can change these to anything you like. So if you want it to go the other way around, you could change that to top left. And then that will start with white at the bottom right and go up there. You can even have multiple colors in here. So if we wanted something that looked pretty horrendous, we could use white, red, green, and blue. And there it is. Whew, that's a bit special. We can also do radial gradients. So let's just create a new div. And this is exactly the same. So in fact, I'll just copy the width and the height down from up there. And then we just use background radial gradient. And then we might have white and blue again. We could of course use HTML color codes there as well as the color names. And then we get a gradient coming out from the middle. But there's a little challenge that's just appeared for you. So can you recreate this bottom gradient? And I'll tell you that it's green at this end and yellow at the other. Try and do it without looking at this code if possible. Go for it. All right. Hope you managed that. I'll just do it by creating an ID called challenge gradient. And then, whoops, don't forget to close it. We'll give it a width of 500 pixels and a height of 200 pixels. And then the background is going to be a linear gradient because it's not radial here. And we want to go to the bottom left. So it's to bottom left. And we're going green to yellow. Simple as that. Refresh, and that's what the code was. So that's about it when it comes to gradients. Let's look at how we use CSS3 to apply shadows. There are two ways to apply shadows in CSS3, and that is with text and box shadows. So we'll start with some text. In fact, let's have an H2. This text will have a shadow. And then it's very simple. All we do is apply text shadow and then the offset to the right and the offset down. And that means that the shadow will be 2 pixels to the right and 2 pixels down of the original. Now that looks fairly horrendous as it is, but we could do a lot more with that. We can add a color. So let's use my favorite green. There we go. Still looks pretty horrendous, but we've got the shadow. At the moment though, you can see that the shadow is completely solid. It's essentially a copy of the original text. Generally, you're going to want a slightly blurred shadow. So let's try putting in a bit of a blur. This will give a 4 pixel blur. And there we go. You can see that looks a lot nicer than it did before. Still not necessarily beautiful with the black and green combo, but it looks a lot better than it did. We could even have invisible text. By setting the color to white and just showing the shadow. A slightly different sort of shadow effect can be achieved as a kind of a glow by essentially doing a shadow with a 0 offset. So we use 0 and 0 for the offset and then say 5 pixels red for the shadow. And then you get this sort of neon-y glow effect. You can even, if you really want to, put multiple shadows on a single element of text, and you can put them in different directions. So we might have a shadow which goes to the left and up with a blur of say 4 pixels and make it yellow. And there we go. So obviously I would never advise having that sort of a look in your websites, but you can do it if you want to. So remember to use text shadowing gracefully, and it can add a real nice subtle boost to the style of your page. More commonly used than text shadowing though is box shadowing. So this, as you might imagine, happens on divs or any kind of box-shaped element. So I'll call it shadow. Then let's bring it in. So we'll set the width to 200 pixels and the height to 200 pixels. And the box shadow initially to let's say 3 pixels, 3 pixels. There we go. I should probably give a background color to the box as well. Let's use antique white. There we go. So it doesn't look great, once again, as a completely solid shadow, but if we choose the blur, so 3px, then it looks a lot nicer. And it really does have the effect of lifting the div off the page a little bit. Notice that that's quite dark immediately around the div, so you might want to change that to grey to have something a little bit more subtle. And if you want to really bring this off the page, then you just increase the box shadow to maybe 12 pixels. 12 pixels and then perhaps 6 pixels. And there you go. You've got a much bigger shadow there. And that's pretty much it. So you now know how to add shadows to divs, how to add shadows and glow effects to text, and how to create gradients. Obviously, none of the shadows or the gradients that we've created here look particularly great, but used subtly, you really can add a bit of zip to your web pages. So use it well. We're now going to move on to look at transformations in CSS3. So now we're going to move on from shadows and gradients to transformations and animations. So this you can really use to do some pretty cool stuff. But we'll start off with something pretty simple. So let's start with a div with an ID of box. And then we'll take our box and we'll give it a width of 100 pixels and a height of 100 pixels, a background color of red, and just for fun, we'll use the CSS property border radius of 10 pixels to give it slightly rounded corners. And then we're going to see how we can apply a number of different transformations to this box, some of which may seem pretty trivial, but when they get combined with an animation, that's when you'll see the power of them. So we apply a transformation with transform, and then a nice simple one would be translate. And we might want to move it 50 pixels to the right and 50 pixels down. And that just shifts it right and down. Now that might look pretty boring in itself, but when we combine it with a box hover pseudo class and we put the transformation in the pseudo class and we apply a transition property to the box itself, and a classic here would be 1 second and then ease in out, and we'll look at what exactly is going on there in a moment, but let's just see this in action. So now we've got no transformation, but when we hover, the box slowly moves from the animated state to its previous state. And this is the key of how we do animation with CSS transformations. So obviously the 1 second here just describes the time it takes to do the transition. The ease in out means that it starts off slowly, then gets a little bit quicker, and then slows down a bit at the end. So it just gives it a sort of slightly more bouncy feel. If you don't want that bouncy feel, then you can have a linear transition. And that will then move without changing speed from one to the other. If for some reason you want the transition to be quick at the beginning and then ease in and then a linear one after that, you can use ease in. But for the vast majority, probably ease in out is going to look the best. All right, so once you've got that figured out, it's just a matter of practicing the other types of transformation. So we can do rotations. using transform rotate. So maybe we want to rotate 40 degrees. So we use 40 deg. And then that will then apply on the hover. You can, of course, apply the transformation to the box itself and just have it appear like that by default if you want to. We don't have to do animations here. It's just a bit more fun when you're practicing to use animations. We can make things bigger or smaller using transform scale. So we give the X transform, so maybe we want to double the size in the X horizontal direction, and maybe we want to quadruple the size in the vertical direction. Let's see that happen. There we go. So you can see it's keeping the center the same there, but it's stretching it out horizontally and twice as much vertically. And the last one I'll show you is a skew. Where you can stretch it out different amounts in both directions. So if we try 20 degrees and 30 degrees, let's see what that looks like. Get this sort of weird stretch effect. So again, it's the sort of thing you want to use subtly. You don't want probably to have a big effect like that, but it can just give a user a nice feeling if your buttons respond to their clicks in a nice way. And the scaling can be useful as well. If you've got a lot of information on a page and the user hovers over something, you might want to make that thing a little bigger to make it easier for them to read. So those are 2D transformations, but we can even do 3D transformations. So to make this a little bit clearer, we'll put some text in there this time. And we'll have an Arial font. And we'll center horizontally. And because we're using CSS3, let's get a vertical alignment in there as well. And we can do that using display is flex to use a flex box, which we'll look at in more detail in the next video. But once we've defined the display is flex, we can use align items to center to apply a vertical centering. But if we do that, then instead of using text align is center, we'll need to use justify content center to get our horizontal centering. And of course, that should be font family, not font style. There we go. That's better. Maybe just make it a touch bigger. Great. Maybe even 200. Lovely. So let's apply a 3D transformation now. The first one we'll use will be rotate X. So this rotates around the X or horizontal axis. And let's try 180 degrees. See what that looks like. So you can see we get this flip effect where it even rotates the text as well. Of course, we can do a rotate Y to rotate around the vertical axis. Like that. And a rotate Z to rotate around the imaginary axis coming out of the screen. There we go. And that's the basis of it. You can do, of course, a lot more with CSS3 transformations and animations, but that's as far as we're going to take it here. I've given several links in the document at the end of this chapter if you want to investigate more. And if you do have an arty side and want to start creating fancy animations or recreating complex logos in CSS, which is a popular pastime for many, then those links would be a good place to start. For us though, we're nearly done with CSS3. I've just got a few more things to show you, and we'll do that in the final video of this section when we'll look at layout. So moving on from fun animations and transformations, in this final video on CSS3, we're going to see how we can use CSS3 to improve our website layouts. And the first of these that we're going to look at is a multi-column layout. Now this is actually pretty easy to set up, but before CSS3 there was no easy way to get multiple columns in your pages. You had to resort to quite complex CSS or even JavaScript solutions. So let's see how easy it is to do in CSS3. So first off, let's get a reasonably chunky amount of text in our div. I'll just put a couple of line breaks in between each paragraph. There we go. And then we'll style it in the usual way. So multi-column. And then all we need to use is column count, and then however many columns you want. So call it 3. Let's take a look. And sadly it hasn't worked. That's because this is one of the CSS3 properties that's not fully supported by Chrome yet. So to get it working in Chrome, you need to add a WebKit column count as well. And then we have a look, then that works really well. And this is just a reminder, you should always check the support of these CSS3 and HTML5 methods that you're using and put in any workaround that you'll need to make sure that they work on your users' browsers. The usual one is WebKit for anything that's WebKit based. So that's Chrome, Safari and Opera. And then if you need anything custom for Firefox, that's usually Moz, short for Mozilla. So to be sure that this was going to work in all browsers, you would add those 3 instructions. You can customize this further if you like by deciding what the column gap should be. So there's a default there of around 10 pixels. But if you want to customize that, you just use column gap and then whatever you want it to be. So maybe 40 pixels. And sadly, I'm going to have to use these as well to make sure it works in all browsers, specifically the WebKit one for Chrome here. There we go. So that's increased the column gap. We can even add and style a rule between the columns, so a line. It's a bit laborious, I'm afraid, especially because we have to do it 3 times. But we use column rule style and then one of those. So I'll go for solid. And then we need to do the same thing but with WebKit and Moz in front. In fact, I'll leave those there because we're going to be doing a few of these now. So we then need column rule width. So I'll just have 1px. And you might be able to anticipate column rule color. I'll use grey. And then let's add these 2 in to maximize our compatibility, and then we just prefix the official rule with those 2. There we go. So a bit of a hassle, but we do get a nice rule down the middle. So if you're making some kind of newspaper type website, then this will be a great way to do it. Sometimes you might want an element to span certain columns. So say you've got a header. Maybe news for nerds, something like that. So to make that header span multiple columns, we use column span. And we can either put all or none or a number if we wanted to span a certain number of columns. So I'll go for all. And for this one, we only need a WebKit alternative. Moz is fine for column span. Let's take a look. There we go. So now it's spanning all the way across, even though it doesn't actually need to. And that's about it. Notice that this is different to the media queries. Oh, that's unfortunate. That's better. So Chrome is not supporting these columns particularly well here. So these will not be responsive as such, so they'll change their width, but they won't flow one underneath the other like our Bootstrap columns do. But if that's the behavior that you want, then column count it is. Alright, so that's enough about columns. I mentioned earlier that we can use CSS3 to calculate values for us. And doing that is actually pretty straightforward. You may remember that when we built the code player way back in the jQuery section, we wanted to have a heading. So we could even use the new header tag. And then a div underneath that, which was the height of the screen minus the height of the heading. And we had to use some jQuery to do that, but we could have done it using CSS3. So let's see how that would work. We'll start off by styling the header. So this is just going to be a width 100%, height 50 pixels, and we'll add a background color of grey. There we go. So that's where our heading might be. And while we're here, I'll just set the margin to 0 so that that goes all the way to the edge. There we go. Now then, if I want my container div to be the whole height of the page minus the 50 pixels from the top, I can do that really easily. So we use container, and again we'll set the width to 100%. We'll give it a background color of yellow, and then we would set the height to calc, and then 100% minus 50 pixels. And that will do exactly what you might think. It'll set it to 100% of the height of the screen minus 50 pixels. Now that's the basics of it, but we do need a couple more options to make it work. First off, to get this 100% to work, we need to set the position to absolute. And we also need to add a WebKit prefix to the height as well, so that everything works in Chrome. Let's take a look. There we go. So now the height of the screen is the height of our page, but we haven't had to use any JavaScript to work out what that is. And you can use any kind of calculation here. So you can multiply, plus, subtract, divide, etc. So that definitely makes your life much easier when you find yourself using JavaScript for styling. Alright, so just a couple more things left. First, I would like to show you the flexbox, which is a great way of aligning things while avoiding floats, which can get quite nasty at times. So the normal way to create a flexbox would be something like create a class of flexbox container, and then within your flexbox container you might have some more divs with a class of flexbox item or something like that. I'm just going to put a few items in there. There we go. And then we'd style those. Most importantly, with a display of flex, and also a display of WebKit flex. We don't need a Moz one here. And then you might want to set a width and a height. And I'll just set a background color here as well so we can see what's going on. Let's have aqua. So as it is, that doesn't change much compared to just a normal flexbox. We can use the settings we saw earlier to center things horizontally and vertically, which is a nice extra feature. Vertical centering in particular can be tricky without a flexbox. But more importantly, we can use flexbox item, and we might want to give that a background color of bisque. Why not? And let's give it a width of 100 pixels and a height of 100 pixels as well. And you can see that these are already floating to the left of each other. Make it a little bit clearer if we give them a margin. So say 10 pixels. And then if we added more of those, then they actually start to behave like columns and they get thinner and thinner without going on to the next line. So compared to floating, where we're not necessarily sure whether one element is going to go on to the next line or not because we don't know the screen size, the flexbox is much more predictable for us. So if we change the width here to 100%, then it will stretch them out to a maximum size of their full size, but it will compress them if the page is narrower as well. Now within that we can do some pretty fancy things. So let's just add some numbers to these. So we can see which one's which. And then in our flexbox container, if we want to, we can set the flex direction to be row reverse. And we need to do the same thing as well with a WebKit in front of it, and that will essentially lay them out from right to left. We can also use a flex direction of column. Like that, and that will lay them out in a column fashion. And it will try and squeeze them in vertically if it can. If I change the container height to say 500, then it will stretch them out a bit more. And we can use column reverse if we want to as well to go upwards. So the whole idea here is to get a consistent layout. Now that might not be what you're after. If you're after a responsive website, you might want a different layout for different screen sizes. But if you want to be pretty sure that your layout is going to be the same, then Flexbox is a great way to do it. If you really want your Flexbox items to wrap, we can achieve that as well using Flex Wrap. And we've got wrap, no wrap, and wrap reverse. I'm going to go for wrap, and we'll add a WebKit Flex Wrap as well. And then if they haven't got enough room, they'll wrap around more like floated items. All right, so enough about Flexbox. Onto our final bit of CSS3, and this is a small but very welcome introduction, and this is box sizing. And to remind you about the issue with box sizing, I'm going to give item 2 a cheeky bit of inline styling, where I'm going to give it a border of 5px solid grey. And that will then, as well as giving it the border, it will make it bigger than the rest, because you'll remember from the CSS section that this width doesn't include the width of the border, which in my experience is not normally the behavior that you want. But we can fix that with one line of CSS3, and that's using box sizing. And then we can specify border box, content box, or padding box. And I'm going to go for border box, and that will then include the border in the total size, which will mean that item 2 is now the same size as everything else, even though it's got a border. And that even includes any padding. So if I put padding of 10 pixels in there, it doesn't increase the size of the box, because the size of the box is inclusive of both the border and the padding. And when I discovered that, I breathed a big sigh of relief, because it does make things a lot easier when you're styling things that have varying borders and paddings. So that takes us to the end of our journey through HTML5 and CSS3. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope you've had a lot of ideas about how you could use some of these features in your websites. A reminder again to make sure to check the availability of the various fancy new features that you're using in the user's browsers, and where necessary to include the WebKit and Moz prefixes to make sure that you get the desired effect in every browser in which it's available. It's now time to introduce our final language of the course. It's one of my favourite programming languages and a great one for new coders to learn, and that's Python. Welcome to section 13 of the Complete Web Developer course. I hope you enjoyed working with HTML5 and CSS3 and seeing some of the great features that we can use from those in our websites and web apps. In this section, we're going to return to a server-side language, and we're going to be looking specifically at Python. Python is a great language for new coders to learn because it's so clean and well thought out. We can also use it on a huge range of different platforms. So it works on a web server, but you can also use it on, say, a Raspberry Pi or an Arduino to allow you to build Internet of Things experiences for your users. So it should be pretty straightforward to get to grips with. We'll start with the basics of how Python works and how you get a Python script up and running. And then we'll go on to look at some of the specific Python features, and we'll be making a fun game with Python as well. So enjoy the section, and as always, I'll see you at the beginning of the next one. Python is a powerful, fast, and easy to learn computer programming language that you've probably heard of, but you might be wondering why we're learning a new language at this point in the course. We already know how to do client-side programming with JavaScript, and we know how to do server-side programming with PHP. Why would we want to learn new languages? Well, my reasons are conveniently summarized in this blog post on skilledup.com. Now, Python is of course not your first programming language because you've already learned several. So the fact that it's easy to learn is a bonus, but not critical for you because you're already fairly comfortable with different programming languages. But this is the real reason that I want to teach you some Python at the end of the Complete Web Developer course. And that's that Python is a great stepping stone language. The syntax that it has is very similar to a number of key programming languages that you're likely to encounter as a web developer. So learning a little bit of Python will make learning languages like Swift, Ruby, or Perl much easier. It's also your stepping stone in another way, because Python can be run directly on a Raspberry Pi or any one of the several tiny and very cheaply available computers out there. So if you want to start working with to build things like radios, cameras, and even pet feeders, then Python is going to enable you to do that. The Internet of Things is very much an upcoming part of technology, and Python will enable you to be part of that. Secondly, it's definitely the case that Python developers are more and more in demand. And although PHP is very much still the most widely used programming language, it's not on the increase, whereas Python very much is. And finally, as well as Python being a great language on things like Raspberry Pi, you can use it on the web. And in fact, it forms the basis of the popular web framework Django, which forms the foundation of massive sites like Pinterest, the New York Times, and Instagram. So we're really just going to scratch the surface of Python here, but I want you to know how it works so that you can be ready to use it to segue into other programming languages and maybe even start working on your own Raspberry Pi or Arduino-based hardware project. So hopefully that's convinced you that Python is worth learning. In the next video, we'll see how to get started with a Python script. Getting started with Python is very, very slightly more complicated than with PHP, but will still only take a couple of minutes. So I'm going to go back over to FireFTP to connect to my web server. And when I'm connected, I'm going to be in the root of the web server, which we saw right back at the beginning of the course. And then you remember that we normally put our web-based files in public HTML, but our Python scripts actually go in this folder called CGI bin. CGI is short for Common Gateway Interface, But essentially, the CGI bin is a place to put scripts that are going to be called by a client computer or a browser and then communicate with your web server. And of course, then likely send something back as well. So this is where we're going to put all of our Python scripts. So I'm going to start by control clicking and create file. And I'm going to start with hello world dot, and then the Python extension is .py. And then I'm going to open that up by clicking Command O in brackets. Remember, you need to associate the .py extension with your text editor to be able to do that. If you can't remember how to do it, then go back to the How Do I Set Up FTP section and watch that video for your operating system. All right, but now you're here, you'll remember that PHP had a symbol like that that said, right, we're going to start doing PHP now. Python doesn't quite have that, because if we're in a Python file, everything we write is going to be Python. But it does have what's known as a shebang line, which is essentially a line that tells the Python script where the Python interpreter is on the server. And the Python interpreter is essentially a bit of software that will process the Python and then do what it says. And on Eco Web Hosting's servers, we use the standard shebang line, which is a hash and then an exclamation mark, and then the location is /user or USR /bin/Python. So don't worry too much about that. Essentially what that's saying is that this is the location of the Python processing scripts on this particular server. And that's a pretty standard location. All right. Once we've set that up, we want to tell Python to do something. So the thing that I obviously want it to do is to print hello world. And doing that is pretty straightforward. We use print rather than echo as we did in PHP. And then, as before, we just put the string that we want to print in quotes. Like with JavaScript, I can use semicolons on the end, but it's usually discouraged in Python, so we just use line breaks to end our commands. So this is a valid command, but it won't actually work as a Python script on a web server because we need to tell it first that we want to output some HTML. And we do that with another print command, which is print and then content type text/HTML. And this essentially tells the Python interpreter that we want to output some text or HTML. And then we just need to print a line break or a blank line essentially. So we just use print and then an empty string. All right, we're almost there. I'm just going to save that and then I'll show you what happens if we try and run this script as it is. Now we access that script using completewebdevelopercourse.com/CGI bin and then the file name, which is hello world.py. So if we access it now, we get a file permissions error. So permissions is not something we've looked at yet, but it's a good opportunity to do that. You may have noticed when you've been using Fire FTP that when you control click or right click on a file, there's an option to select properties. And properties is another word for permissions in this case. And you can see here that we've got a number of different permissions which essentially control what can be done with this script. And we've got 3 that we should be particularly interested in here. So read, write, and execute. So we've set it up so that anyone can read this script, which is good. That's what we want. Only the owner of the script can write to it. That's again what we want. But at the moment, no one can execute the script. But we want anyone to be able to go to the URL and execute the script. So we just need to select those 3 boxes, and that then gives us a permission number of 755. You can play with deselecting and selecting these options to see what effect it has on the number, but the number is just essentially a shortcut to get to these box tickings. So 755 is what you want for your Python scripts on a web server. And now, if we go back to Chrome and refresh the page, we should finally get our Python Hello World. Fantastic. So now we're up and running with our Python script. We're going to start running through the basics of Python programming, and we're going to do that starting with variables and arrays. In this video, we'll be looking at how variables and arrays work in Python, but we won't be spending a long time on the basics because you already know that through your work with JavaScript and PHP. So here we'll be really focusing on the specific aspects of Python and variables. So first off, we can define a number in a very simple way, something like that. So if we wanted to define an integer or whole number, we'd just use the name of the variable without any $signs or anything else, or even a var. We just use the variable name equals and then the, in this case, integer value. And then if we wanted to display that, we'd use print and then the variable name, obviously without any quotes. So let's remove our hello world and just see that in action. There we go, 35. Similarly, we can create floating point numbers. Like if I wanted to create a variable called pi, which might be equal to 3.14, and I can print that. And there we go, that'll store a decimal for me. And we can work with strings using either single quotes like we did up here or double quotes, and we can print those as well. There we go. So that's all pretty straightforward. We can obviously do math with our numbers. So if I wanted for some reason to divide my age by pi, I could print that just in the usual way. It'll give me some horrendous number. There it is. What's important about Python though, compared to both JavaScript and PHP, is that Python is a typed language. Now this means if you have a variable called number, which is confusingly set equal to, say, 5, but as a string, then that you would not be able to multiply by the actual numbers. So if I tried to print something like number multiplied by age, bizarrely enough, I actually get a big string of 5s. And what that's doing there is multiplying the string 35 times. So that's actually exactly the same as multiplying name by age, and that would just give me 35 lots of Rob. So generally multiplying a string by a number is not something we want to do. And definitely if we try and multiply our so-called number by a floating point number like pi, that simply won't work at all. So in order to make these things work, you need to do a process called casting. And this is where you take a variable of one type and cast it to another. And that's actually fairly straightforward. So if we want to cast our string called number to an integer, all we do is take the variable type that we want our string to be. So in this case, an int, and then essentially apply the int method or function to the string, and then that will convert it, if it can, to a number. So now we should get a result of 5 times 3.14, which is indeed 15.7. So you might use this, for example, if a user's entered some data into your app. Quite often that will return as a string, but if you know that it's a number, then you can use this to convert it. You can also use float if you want it to convert to a floating point number, but that won't make any difference here. All right, so now that we've looked at numbers, let's have a quick look at strings, and let's set up a string. My name is Rob, and see what cool things we can do with that really easily in Python. So first off, if we want a particular character from the string, we can use str, say 0, to get the first character. And that actually works in PHP as well. There we go. But we can do a lot more than that. We can do things like print str and then 0 to 5 to get the first, how many characters? To get that right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters. If we wanted to get the M, what would we use? Did you get it? We start at 0, so it's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So notice, slightly oddly, printing from 0 to 5 here doesn't actually include the number 5. So this is actually the first character to the 5th character, and this one is actually the 6th character because the 0 represents the first character. And we can also combine strings in the way that we're used to, so something like str plus name is going to give us my name is Rob. Alright, motoring on. I hope you're keeping with me. Arrays in Python are actually known as lists, and that's the case in a number of other languages as well. So you should get used to the word list. It just is another word for array. And to define one, we might call it my list. And then it's a very similar definition as in JavaScript. So I might have my usual list of Rob, Kirsten, Tommy and Ralphie. Notice that lists can have variables of more than one type in there. So you could even put a number or something at the end if you wanted to. And then we can access that list in the usual way. So we can actually just print out the whole lot if we want to. There we go. And if we want to access Kirsten, what would we type, do you think? I hope you got that. It's just print my list and then 1. Because I would be 0, 1, 2, 3. There we go. We can use a similar formulation as with strings. If we wanted to print Tommy and Ralphie together, we can use my list from Tommy to, but then again, slightly oddly, we'd have to go up to 4 to print Tommy and Ralphie together. If we just did 2 to 3, even though that looks like it should print Tommy and Ralphie, that just gives us Tommy. Essentially, think of this last one as being exclusive. So we have to put 4 in there to get the both. There's also a variable type in Python called a tuple, which is essentially a read-only list. So we might define it like that. And then to define a tuple, we use exactly the same setup, but we use parentheses rather than square brackets. So if I just have 1, 2, 3, 4, for example, in my tuple, then if I print it, it will appear perfectly fine. Indeed, I can pick particular values. So my tuple 2, what value will that print? Hopefully you got 3. But if I try and take my tuple 2 and set it to 5, and then print my tuple after that, then nothing will happen. It won't work because I can't update it. But if I try to update my list, then that works fine because lists are updatable. So don't be confused by the word tuple. It's just exactly the same as a list, but it's read-only. The final type of variable that I'm going to show you within Python is the dictionary. And this is essentially a two-dimensional array. And we've used them both in PHP and JavaScript before, but we haven't called them dictionaries before. So to set up a dictionary, we use curly brackets like that, and then we would define each member of our dictionary separately. So we might have something like dictionary dad is equal to Rob, dictionary mum is equal to Kirsten, and we don't have to have strings everywhere. We could have child number 1 perhaps, it's Tommy, and child number 2 is Ralphie. And then, as usual, we can print the dictionary. There we go, and we can get any of the particular values in the usual way. Quite usefully, if we want to, we can print all of the keys in the dictionary. So that's dad, mum, 2 and 1. And we can print all the values as well. There we go. So I very much rushed through that process because I don't want you to feel that you're learning all the same stuff over again. The main thing you should be focusing on is the differences between Python and what we've learned so far. So the primary thing is to remember that Python is a typed language. If you want to multiply two things together, you have to make sure they're numbers, or at least you have to convert them from strings to numbers. Next is to bear in mind that arrays are now known as lists, but they work in a very similar way to what we're used to in JavaScript in particular. Then we had our new variable called a tuple, which is exactly like a list, but read-only. And finally, we've got our dictionary, which is another word for a two-dimensional array, where instead of just having 0, 1, 2, and 3 items in the array, we can choose the keys ourselves. All right, so now we're going to move straight on to looking at our first fundamental programming structure in Python, and that is loops. I hope you're starting to see that the syntax of Python is extremely straightforward and easy to type and read. This will become even more clear when we start dealing with loops. So let's get rid of the code that we've worked with so far and see how we create a for loop in Python. Now, you'll remember in JavaScript and PHP, we had to do things like for, and then we had to create our variable in JavaScript at least, set it equal to 0, have a semicolon, keep going until, well, as long as I is less than 10, and then set up I++ to iterate each time, and then have our curly brackets. It wasn't really very nice to look at. In Python, it's a lot more straightforward. So if we want to do a for loop that goes from, say, 0 to 10, we just use for I in and then range. And if we want to go from 0 to 10, we would put in 11, which is slightly mysterious, but essentially think of it as 0 up to, but not including the number here. So 0 up to 10. And then we put a colon to say what's coming next. And then you'll notice that my text editor has indented the next line. And that's not just for fun, because anything that's indented here is going to be inside our loop. And then when we go back to not indenting, that's when the loop ends. So what I might have for the moment is just print I. Let's have a look at that. So you can see we get the numbers from 0 to 10. And then if I have, say, print Rob there, what's that going to do? That will print Rob in between each number. But if I don't indent that, then it will only print Rob at the end. So the indenting is not just for making nice, pretty code here. It's actually critical to the functioning of the script. If we wanted to have our range not starting at 0, we just put the starting number in as an extra option in our range command there, and then we get the numbers from 5 to 10. So notice that the syntax for the for loop is completely different to how it was before, and it actually looks more like a for each loop that we're used to seeing in PHP, and that's indeed exactly what it is. Essentially, this range 511 is creating what we might think of as an array, or in Python a list, of the numbers 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then I is just looping through those. So here's a challenge for you. Can you create a list containing 3 of your favorite foods, and then just print I like eating, and then each of those types of food using the for loop? Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. I'm going to create a list called favorite foods. Could create a tuple as well, as we're not going to be editing it. And I'm going to put pizza, chocolate, and ice cream, because I'm a healthy kind of guy. Then to iterate through this list, we just use for, and then we can use whatever variable name we like. I'm going to use food, and then in, just as before, and then favorite foods. Then we use the colon, and anything that's indented is going to be inside our loop here. And then something like print I like eating, and then plus, just like in JavaScript, food. And we might want a full stop at the end of that as well. Okay, let's just take a look. There we go. I like eating pizza, I like eating chocolate, I like eating ice cream. So I think that's a really neat way of looping through arrays, and actually a lot nicer than how it's done in either JavaScript or PHP. Of course, as well as the for loop, we also have the while loop in Python. So if we wanted to print the numbers 1 to 10 with a while loop, we might do something like this. We'd start with our counter variable that I'll call x this time and set it equal to the starting value. And then we want to keep doing our while loop as long as x is less than or equal to 10. And then a colon to say that we're now writing the code for our while loop. And then we want to print x, and the crucial line is x equals x plus 1. If you don't write that, it's going to print 0 forever and ever. Let's take a look. There we go. Of course, just like in Python and JavaScript, we can use the good old x++ as well. Note that there's no x++ in Python. If we try and run that, we'll get a nasty error. But we can use the slightly simpler x plus equals 1 to add 1 to x, and that will work fine. So, time for a challenge. This one is going to put a lot of what we've covered in this video and the previous video together, but it shouldn't be too tricky from a programming point of view. In Python, we use the hash to denote a comment, or one-line comment. So I'm going to use one of those to describe what I want you to do. So I'd like you to create a dictionary containing 4 names and ages of people. So the names should be the keys, and the ages should be the values within the dictionary. And then create a loop which prints for each person their age. Simple as that. So it's pretty straightforward programming setup, but it does require you to remember how to define and create a dictionary, loop through it, and then extract the key and the value, which is actually something I haven't shown you yet. So you're either going to have a guess, and it is actually quite guessable, or have a quick Google to see how you get those values. Best of luck. Go for it. All right then, here we go. So I'm going to start by defining my ages dictionary, which I'm going to do by setting it to a pair of curly brackets like that. And then I'm going to set up ages Rob is equal to 35. Ages Kirsten is equal to 36. Ages Tommy. Whoops, got my closed square brackets in the wrong place there. Tommy is equal to 5. And ages Ralphie is equal to 1. All right, then we're going to loop through the ages dictionary, which we'll do using for age in ages, colon. And then because I'm not certain what this is going to give me, is it going to give me the values, or is it going to give me the keys, or is it going to give me some combination of the two? I'm going to print age first off just to see what that does. So let's have a look. Aha! So that gives me the 4 keys. That is Rob, Ralphie, Kirsten, and Tommy, these values down here. So if I want to get the ages, then I just need to use ages age. And that should give me 35, 36, 5, 1. There we go. So now let's put it all together. So I want to start with age, and then I want to append to that is with a couple of spaces, and then I want to put the number on the end. So that's ages age. Now I'm a little bit concerned about that because ages age is a number, whereas these are strings. So I'm just going to save it and have a look and see what happens. Nothing happens at all. So I must have to do something to convert that to a string. So I could either look it up or have a guess. It might be something like string, or maybe a shortened version, str. So let's try that out. And there we go. Rob is 35, Ralphie is 1, Kirsten is 36, and Tommy is 5. So you might reasonably have not guessed the str, but that would have been a fairly easy thing to Google, and the rest of it was eminently figure-outable. Notice that the order is different to the order that I've set it. It's actually gone Rob, Ralphie, Kirsten, Tommy. And essentially, you shouldn't think of dictionaries as ordered in any way. A dictionary is designed to store key value pairs, not to store the order of data within it. Excellent. So that takes us to the end of looking at loops in Python. In the next video, we'll see how Python deals with the other basic coding construct, and that is if statements. All right, so hopefully you're already enjoying the simple and straightforward syntax of Python. I'm actually going to start this video on if statements with a challenge, and that is that can you work out the Python syntax for an if statement from the syntax for a for loop? It's pretty similar. See if you can figure it out. Okay, did you manage it? Well done if so. I'm going to put back in name is equal to Rob, and then the if statement is very simply if, and then name, and then double equals, as we're used to, equal to Rob. So this is testing whether name is equal to Rob rather than setting name equal to Rob. And then we're going to use the colon just like we did in the for loop. And then we'll do whatever we want to do if that statement is true afterwards. So simple as that. Let's have a look. Hello, Rob. And just to check, make sure it's working correctly. If we change that to Robert, it doesn't do anything. So that's how if statements work. Super straightforward and easy to read. To put an else clause in there, we just return back to the edge of our code. So we remove any indenting, and then we have an else command and another colon. And then we'll print something like, I don't know you. So now we've got hello Rob, or the name is Kirsten, I don't know you. And we can also add extra statements here and just put in the syntax and or. So we could have name is equal to Kirsten there, and then allow just a general hello name. So then Rob or Kirsten would be allowed in, anyone else would not. Okay, so that's pretty much all there is to if statements. I'm now going to give you a slightly meatier programming challenge than the one you had in the previous video. This is one of my favorite programming challenges. It's not too tricky, but it definitely gets you thinking. And that is, you need to create a program which displays the first 50 prime numbers. Now, if you're not sure what a prime number is, essentially it's a number that has precisely two factors, or two numbers that go into it. And those two factors have to be 1 and itself. So for example, 2 is a prime number because the only numbers that go into 2 are 1 and 2. But 6 is not a prime number because 2 and 3 also go into 6. So I'll tell you what the first few prime numbers are. They are 2, 3, 4 is not because 2 goes into it, 5, 7, 11 is the next one, etc. So you can look that up if you want to clarify that definition a little bit, but hopefully that gives you a clear idea. And we want to have a loop, which is going to have a few if statements in it, which sets it up in any way you like to display the first 50 prime numbers. Off you go then. Best of luck. Okay, I hope that went well. I'm going to start with a while loop. So I'm going to start with a variable called number of primes to count the number of primes that we have. And I'm going to set that initially to 0. And we're going to keep going as long as the number of primes is less than 50. And then once we get to 50, we'll stop. And then within this while loop, I'm going to start at the first prime number, so that is 2, and then I'm going to increase by 1 each time, and then check to see whether that number has any factors other than 1 or itself. And if it does, it's not a prime number, so I won't display it. And if it doesn't, it is a prime number, so I will. So let's see how that's going to work. Let's have a variable called number, which at the beginning of the program will set to 2. So now I'm going to do a for loop, and I'll call this I, and we'll loop through a range starting at 2 up to number. So we're starting at the number 2, and then let's say we're doing the number 10, we're going to go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And remember, this range doesn't actually include number, which is just right for us because we don't want to check if the number divides itself, because every number divides itself. So that's our second loop. And then we want to check if a number divides another number. We actually saw how to do that in JavaScript in the HTML5 section, and the syntax for doing it in Python is exactly the same. So it's just if, and then to get the remainder when number is divided by I, we use number and then %i. And if I divides exactly into number, then the remainder is going to be 0. So if this has happened, that means that the number is not prime, because a number must go into it exactly. So I'm going to deal with that by having a variable called isPrime, which is initially true. So I'll assume that every number is prime until I find another number that goes into it. So once I've found another number that goes into it, then isPrime becomes false. So then we want to end the if statement. So we go back 1. We also want to end the for loop, but we want to stay in the major while loop. So then at this point, we're going to check to see if isPrime is equal to true. And if it is, we want to do two things. So we want to print the number, and we want to add 1 to the number of primes that we have. So we can do that using plus equals 1. If it's not prime, we don't want to do anything. But either way, we want to add 1 to number so that we can then go on and test the next number. And just before we run that, there is one change I need to make, and that is that in Python, true and false begin with capital letters. So we should always use capital T and capital F for true and false. And there we go. So those are, or they look very much like the first 50 prime numbers. So I did go through that fairly quickly just to go through once again what's going on here. We're setting the number of primes that we've got to 0, and we're setting the number that we're testing at any given time to start off at 2, because we know that that's the first prime number. And then we're keeping going as long as the number of primes is less than 50, so it will stop when we get to 50. And initially we're assuming that the number that we're testing is prime, because we're setting isPrime to be true. And then we're taking I in a loop from 2 up to the number that we're testing, and we're checking to see if I divides number exactly. And if it does, then we'll set isPrime to false. So if number was 10, for example, then we would go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and divide each of those into 10 and see if any went exactly. Of course, for 10, 2 and 5 go exactly, so we'd set isPrime to be false. And then at the very end, once we've done all that testing, we check to see if isPrime is true. Then we print the number out and we add 1 to the number of primes that we've got. Then, regardless of what we do, we then add 1 to the testing number, and then we just keep going until we get our 50 primes. So looking at that, we're doing something pretty complex there, but it's a really simple and really brief chunk of code that does all that for us. There's no curly brackets and even very few parentheses. In the next video, I'll show you the last piece of the Python puzzle before we make our Python mastermind game, and that is functions. Now that you're familiar with all the basic programming concepts in Python, and hopefully are starting to love its brevity and clarity, I'm going to show you how to create functions in Python to organize your code and keep it lean and easily updatable. We've used functions before, but not a great deal, so here we'll also spend a bit of time talking about variables and passing them to functions and getting the values back from functions. And also we'll introduce an idea called scope, which is about whether a variable is accessible within a certain chunk of code. But one step at a time. Let's define a function first off. And to define a function, we use def. So I'm going to have a function called, say, hello. And then we use, as we've seen before, a pair of parentheses to define our function. And later on, we might put some values inside those parentheses, but not quite yet. And then, as usual, we'll use the colon and indenting to represent what goes inside that function. And for now, we'll just print hello. Simple as that. And then, when we want to say hello, we just call the say hello function. Sometimes I just can't get out of the habit of writing semicolons. All right. So that's how functions are defined and called. What if we want to pass a value to a function? So by that I mean we might want to have a function say something, where instead of saying hello every time, we just print out whatever the program wants at the time. Well, to do that, we'd need to accept a string, which we could call whatever we like. I'll call it something. And then we would just print that string. And then when we call the function, we would use say something, hopefully spell something right, and then we could put whatever we liked in that string. There we go. So what we're doing now is we're passing a variable from our function call to the function itself, which can be very useful. It makes it much more useful than a function which only does one thing, regardless of how it's called. We can also define functions that return certain results. So let's say we had a function that multiplied two numbers together. So let's call it multiply two numbers. And then if we wanted to accept two numbers with the function call, then we might call those two numbers x and y. And then we would return x multiplied by y. So returning means we return to the function call a certain value, or even multiple values in some cases. And then to print the result of that, we might do something like print multiply two numbers 4, 6. And that would then give us the result 24. So this is really the full definition of a function. So the function takes certain values and then does something with them and returns a value. So a challenge for you then. While we're in a mathsy mode with our prime numbers, can you create a function called highest common factor, which returns the highest number that divides into two other numbers exactly? So what I mean there is, if I called this function with 4 and 6, it would return 2, because 2 is the biggest number that goes into 4 and 6. If I called it with 8 and 10, it would also return 2. If I called it with 10 and 15, it would return 5, because 5 is the biggest number that goes into 10 and 15. That's the challenge. You're going to need a definition similar to this, and probably a loop and some if statements as well. Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. Here we go then. To define our function, we'll use def and highest common factor. And I'll use the same numbers as before, x and y. And then I'm going to create a loop, which will be a for loop. And we'll have an I, which will start at 1. So we're going to look at a range of 1 and go up to x plus 1, because we're going to be using this loop to search for numbers which divide into both x and y. So if we go from 1 all the way up to x inclusive, which is why we need the plus 1 there, because we want to include x, because it could be that x is 5 and y is 10, and therefore 5 is actually the highest common factor, because 5 goes into both 5 and 10. So we want to include x itself in our search. Then we want to check to see if I goes into x, which we get by looking at x percent I is equal to 0. So that's the remainder when x is divided by I is equal to 0. And we want y percent I to be equal to 0, 2. So if that's true, we'll set HCF to be equal to that number. And notice we'll always get a result here because we're starting off with I being 1, and I goes into every whole number. So we'll start off with HCF being 1, and then as I gets bigger and bigger, that might make HCF bigger and bigger as well. And then we go out of the if statement, out of the for loop, and then within our highest common factor function definition, we return HCF. All right, let's take a look. So print highest common factor, and let's try 4 and 6. And there we go, it's got 2. Let's try a couple of the other examples that we had, 5 and 10. 5, fantastic, and 10 and 15 was the other example we had. 5 as well. Wonderful. I hope you managed to do that. The last thing I want to show you is this idea of scope, and that is where a variable is defined. So to see how this idea of scope works, let's go back to our multiply two numbers function, and we'll define a slightly different function this time. We'll have add two numbers. But this time, instead of passing the numbers to the function, we're going to define the numbers outside the function. So we might have a is equal to 5 and b is equal to 6. And then if we define add two numbers to return a plus b, and then we print add two numbers. Let's take a look, see if that gives us the output it should. It does, 11. So because these numbers here were defined outside of the function, they're still accessible inside the function. However, if we try and change them within the function, then they're not changed in the main flow of the code. So I'll show you something surprising here. What we can do is set a is equal to 10 I don't know why we'd want to do that, but just to show you how scope works, if we set a is equal to 10 within the function definition, then when we return a plus b, we now get 16 because it's 10 plus 6, 16. But if we then print the value of a outside the function, it's still 5. So essentially, functions can absorb variables defined outside of them, but they can't change them. Or at least the only way that they can is by returning and then the variables themselves being changed in the main flow of the program. The final thing to show you is that if a variable is defined inside a function, it generally will not be accessible outside of that function. So if we define c here to be 8, for example, and then I try and print c outside of the function, we don't get any results. So that's the basics of how scope works in Python. Anything that is defined in the main flow of the program is accessible to a function, but that function cannot edit it, at least not permanently. And then any variable that is defined inside the function is not accessible from the main flow of the code, or indeed from any other function either. All right, so that's how functions work. They're essentially ways to take chunks of code that you need reasonably often in your program and organize them so that they're stored together so you don't have to repeat the lines of code again and again, and that your program is nicely readable and you can see, right, so this function must be working out the highest common factor of these two numbers, rather than trying to struggle to see what's going on down there. Great, so now it's finally time to make our Python game, Mastermind. Now that we've covered the basics of Python programming, we're going to put it all together and make a game called Mastermind. Now, you may have played Mastermind before. It was one of my favorite games as a boy, and it works like this. One player chooses a sequence of 4 colored pins and then hides them away in one end of the board. The other player then has to guess that sequence, and they guess the sequence by making a guess, and then they receive white or red pins in response. And they get a white pin for every color that they get correct but in the wrong place. So in this case, they've got a blue, which is correct but in the wrong place. And they get a red pin for every color that they get correct and in the right place. So here they've got a red in the correct place, so they get a red, and they've got a purple in the wrong place, so they get a white for that. And then they just have to keep guessing until they get it completely right. It's fairly straightforward, but feel free to have a read of the Wikipedia Mastermind page to get absolutely clear on how the rules work. And there is one thing that I want to show you from the programming side before I set you off on the challenge. And that is that so far we haven't actually seen a way to interact with the user in Python as yet. And we're going to set up a very simple way to do that here, and that's using get variables. So I'm just going to show you how get variables work in Python and then send you off to make the game. In order to use get variables in Python, we need to import the CGI library. Now, we've never done anything like this in JavaScript or PHP, but we do need to do it in Python and related languages. Essentially, we're bringing in extra functions that otherwise wouldn't be included in the program if they're not needed. So if you want to connect to a MySQL database, for example, then you would import a library then as well. So this CGI, or Common Gateway Interface, brings in a bunch of functions which allows us to communicate with the user or the browser, one of them being able to access get and post variables. And we do this by setting up a variable which is normally called form, and we set that equal to CGI.field storage, which kind of makes sense. This is the field storage for post and get variables. Notice that there's no difference between post and get as far as Python or CGI are concerned. They're all one and the same, so we could use either here. So let's add a get variable onto our URL string. So I'll just use name equals Rob. So obviously it's not going to do anything different as yet because I haven't saved it. But if I want to access that, then I just do something like print form.get value and then name. So we take our CGI.fieldStorage and get a particular value from it. Simple as that. So that should print Rob. There we go. Now notice that we have an issue if we try and access a value which doesn't exist, then it returns none. And if we try and use that in our program, it will likely generate an error. So what we should do is check to see whether our get variable exists before we try and use it. And there's an easy way to do that. So if we're looking for the get variable name, then we can see whether it exists in the form object by looking for name in form. And that's a really handy formulation that allows us to look for a particular value in what is effectively a dictionary. It's not quite a dictionary, but we can think of it more or less as that. So if there's a name in form, then we could print it. And maybe else we could print no name, something like that. So at the moment we'll print Rob, and then if I changed the query string to be username, then we get no name. So simple as that. That's the only thing that you needed here. So now it's time to make the game. Now you can make it any way you like, but the way I'm going to build it to keep things simple graphically is to use numbers rather than colors. So essentially I'm going to get the Python script to generate a random 4-digit number, which then the user has to guess. So the user is entering a number and we're comparing the digits of that 4-digit number to the true value. So the one thing that you will have to do that you haven't seen yet is generate random numbers, but I'm sure with a little bit of Googling you can figure out how to do that in Python. Of course, if you want to create a graphical version, then fantastic, go for it. But I'm focusing on the code side of things rather than the graphical side, so the numbers make more sense from that point of view. So give it a good shot. Best of luck. All right, did you manage it? I hope so. I'm going to get back to an almost empty page. I'll leave the import CGI and the form there because we're going to be using that later on. But I'll start off by generating the form for the user. So we'll have a title mastermind. And I'll just make sure that that's displaying okay. Great. And then print something like let's go for double quotes here so that I can put the single quote in there. I've chosen a 4-digit number. Can you guess it? There we go, and then we'll have our form, which is going to have an input with a type of text and a name of guess and then we'll have an input with a type of submit and a value of guess. And then we'll end our form. Okay, let's take a look at that. Great. So I'll just do a quick guess to make sure the form's connected up. All right. And we should find that guess in the URL string now. Wonderful. So a quick thing, I think I'd like that guess to appear in the box so that the user knows what they've guessed each time. So let's set that up. So we'll check to see if there's a guess. So if there's a guess in the form, i.e. in the query string for the URL, then we'll set guess equal to form dot get value guess. And if not, we'll set guess to be just an empty string. Okay, and then we can just add a value here, and we'll put in guess to that value. Okay, let's have a look. So we should now find, yeah, there we go, that their guess is there. All right, so now we've set up the user interface. We're going to have to guess that 4-digit number. So let's find out how to generate a random number in Python. There we go. I don't even need to spell generate correctly. Google is clever enough. Here we go. Generate random integers between 0 and 9. That looks promising. Okay, there we go. I've actually tried out that first one, and I had issues with the Python setup that we've got on the web server, so I'm going to try this second one here. That's worked better for me. But if you're using Python in a different way, that might work well for you. But I'm going to go for the second answer. So we need to import random, just like we imported CGI up here, so that we can use various random functions. And then what I really want to generate is a random string of numbers, because the user is going to be entering effectively a string. And so it's going to be easier to compare if the answer is in the form of a string as well. So I'm going to set up an empty string called answer, and then I'm going to set up a loop to add 4 random digits to that answer. So we'll go for I in range. We can use range 4 to go from 0 to 4, or 0 to 3 really, but repeat it 4 times is what we're really interested in. And then to generate that random integer, we use random.randint and then 0, 9. So let's do that. Now we're going to need to convert that to a string. So we'll use str to do that. And then I want to append that to answer. So we're going to use answer plus equals and then that string. And that should do it. So for now, let's just print answer to make sure that we are generating a random string of 4 digits. That's looking promising. 0854, 1014, 1956. Wonderful. Okay, so that's really good, but we don't want to generate a new string every time the user makes a guess. Otherwise, that's going to make the game very, very hard. So we're going to need a way to store the answer. And I think the simplest way to do it is to make it a hidden variable inside the form. So let's add a new input with a type of hidden and name equals answer, and value is going to be equal to answer. So of course that means that anyone could cheat in this game by looking at the source of the code and finding the answer in there, but I don't think that's a major issue here. If people really want to do that, then fair game to them. So once we've got that, then we can check to see if there's an answer in form. And if there is, we'll set the answer equal to form.getValue answer. And if there isn't, then we'll create a new answer. Like that. So now we should generate an answer the first time, but then every time after that it will be the same answer so that they're guessing the same thing each time. Let's have a look at that. And I think I've forgotten a plus there, and also a close double quotes there as well. Let's have a look. So first time we've generated a random number, 7197, but if I submit a guess, then the answer remains the same, 7197. While we're here, we're going to need to keep track of the number of guesses of the user as well, because they're going to need to be able to guess it within a certain number of guesses. So let's create another hidden variable with the name of number of guesses. And we'll set the value equal to a variable called number of guesses, which I haven't defined yet, but that's okay. And just a thought as well, but notice the user is going to see the answer in the string up here, which isn't great, but there's a very easy fix for that. We'll just switch from get to post, which, remember, is not differentiated at all by the Python script anyway. So if I just change that to method equals post, then that should work fine. So now let's just set up our number of guesses. So we'll use the same setup as before. If number of guesses in form, then we'll set number of guesses to be equal to int form.getValue number of guesses, and we're going to need it to be an int because we're going to add 1 to it. In fact, we'll add 1 to it right there, because if this is being processed, it means they've had a new guess. So else number, let's not forget our colon there, number of guesses is 0. And then because number of guesses is an integer, we're going to need to convert it to a string when we're displaying it down there. Okay, let's take a look at that. So let's just get rid of the query strings completely, so we're more or less starting afresh. So there's our new random number. And now if I make a guess, 1, 2, 3, 4, then you can see it has remembered the random number, but it's not in the query string, which is great. If we have a look at the source though, we've got our random number there and our guess value of 1, which is promising. If we guess again, we should get a number of guesses being 2. Wonderful. Okay, so we're coming along nicely. Now it's the fun bit. We need to work out how accurate the user's guess is. So we need to work out, remember, the number of red pins and the number of white pins, essentially. So remember, they get a red pin if they get a digit in the right place. So let's check for that. Now we only want to verify a guess if they've actually made a guess. So let's write our code for that here. And just in case something strange happens, I will set up our answer before the guess so that we know that we can access the answer variable as well. So we're going to want to loop through their guess and then check that against the equivalent number or equivalent digit in the answer. So looping through a string is actually really easy. It's the same as looping through a list. We just use, we're doing it there, for, let's say, digit in guess. And then that will loop through, in our case, 1, 2, 3, and then 4. So we want to compare that to 7, 5, 8, and 3, which means we're going to need not just the digit, but the place in the string as well. Now, one way to do that would be to have a counter variable and then add 1 to it each time. But I suspect there's a better way. And essentially what we want is the key and the value. So the key will be 0, 1, 2, 3, and the value will be, in this case, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So let's see if we can find a way in Python to do that. Python for loop get key and value for list. Something like that. And that top result looks promising. Yeah, essentially what we want to recreate is PHP's for each array as key value function. Aha, and here we've got it. So it's the enumerate function in Python, and indeed in Swift and a few other programming languages as well. So there we can get the key and the value, which is what we want. So instead of just digit, let's get key and digit in, and instead of guess, it's enumerate guess. There we go. And notice that, of course, guess is a string here, but we can effectively treat strings as lists of digits or characters. And that way we can enumerate them or loop through them with a for loop, just in the same way we would a list. So just to convince ourselves that that's worked, let's just print digit to make sure that that's worked okay. And we should get 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. And let's print key as well. What should we get this time? It should be 0, 1, 2, 3. There we go. So 0, 1, 2, 3 because the keys always start at 0. So what we want to check is whether digit is equal to that equivalent character or digit in the answer. So to get that, we can use answer and then key. And if that's the case, that means they've got one number or digit in the right place, so they get an extra red. So let's define reds being 0 and whites being 0 as well, and then we can add 1 to the number of reds if they get 1 in the right place. So just to check that that's worked, let's print the number of reds for a few guesses. So 1, 2, 3, 4, we shouldn't get any reds for that because there's no numbers in the right place for that answer. So it's a 0, excellent. What if we get a 3 at the end? Then that 3 is correct, so we should get 1. There we go. If we get 8, 3, should get 2. Excellent. And if we get the whole thing right, we get 4. Wonderful. So that's worked. Let's now set up the whites. So we only want to check for whites if this one isn't already in the right place. So I think the simplest way to do this is to just loop through the answer string. So I'll create a variable answer digit in answer. And then we're essentially looping through answer, and then we'll check to see if the answer digit is equal to our guess, which is digit. So if this is the case, then they've got one right, but it can't be in the right place because we're using else here, and we've already checked whether it's in the right place. So if we're down here, it's definitely not in the right place. So if we get to here, then they must have got one correct, but in the wrong place. So we'll add one to whites. There is a danger that they'll get 2 whites for one number here. If they've guessed a 3, for example, and there's 2 3s in the answer, that would give them 2 whites, which may be how you want your version of Mastermind to work. But in the official version, you would only get 1 white if you got 1 3 in the wrong place, even if there were 2 3s in the answer. So I'm going to deal with that by using break, which we've seen before in JavaScript, and it works in PHP as well. It will essentially break us out of the for loop. So it will stop going through this process, which means that we'll only get a maximum of 1 extra white for each digit that they get in the right place. All right, so that should actually check all our whites for us. Let's print whites and have a look. So if I guess 7583, I should get 0 whites because I've got them all right, but they're all in the right place. Let's do 0007. That should give me 1 white because I've got a 7 in the wrong place. Excellent. And if I put an 8 in there as the second digit, that should give me 2 whites. There we go. Everything seems to be working fine. And I'll just put a 5 in, make sure that should give us 3. And finally, a 3 at the beginning should give us 4. Wonderful. So that all seems to be working great. So now it's just a matter of letting the user know how many guesses they've had and how many whites and how many reds they've got. So let's create a message variable, which we're going to fill with the message for the user. And we'll start by checking if the number of guesses is equal to 0. And if that's the case, we'll set message equal to the starting message, which I should put like that. And while we're here, we'll just add message there. So if they've just started the game and they haven't started guessing yet, so they've got 0 guesses, then we'll show them the start off message there. Otherwise, we're going to generate the message from the number of reds and whites. So let's go for, you have reds, digits in the right place, and let's call them correct digits just to be clear. You have that number of correct digits in the right place, and whites, correct digits in the wrong place. And we'll also tell them you have had number of guesses and we should probably put brackets around there. If you want to get your plurals correct, then you could always do some checking to say if reds is more than 1, then it's a plural, etc. But I won't waste your time with doing that right now. Okay, let's have a look. So if I guess 3857, then something's gone horribly wrong. Ah yes, can you see what it is? All of these are integers, and I need them to be strings. So we'll just use str to convert them to strings. And there we go. Let's have a look. Excellent. So we've got 0 correct digits in the right place and 4 correct digits in the wrong place, and we've had 12 guesses. That looks pretty bang on. So we're actually pretty close. I think the only thing we need to add is a message when they finally get it right. So we should check here. We should add an else if, and we're looking for reds being equal to 4. So that means they've got it right. So if reds is 4, we'll set message equal to, well done. You got it in str number of guesses. And you might want to have some kind of scoring system that if they get it in less than 10, then they've done well, or whatever it might be, but I'll leave that up to you. What I am going to add is a play again link, which is actually very easy. If we just do an empty link, that will link back to this page without submitting the form, so it will effectively restart the game. So we can just do play again there. And then we'll have our other else there, which will be our normal response. All right, so let's clear the game. I've forgotten that in Python, else if is, I think slightly oddly, but very concisely reduced to elif. Have another go. All right, so that's it. All that remains, I think, is to have a go of the game, and let's see how many goes I can get this in. So let's start with something like 1122. Okay, 1 correct digit in the right place and 1 in the wrong place. So I'm going to change that to 1111 to see whether it was a 1 or a 2, and there we go. So definitely I've got one of those in the right place. Let's change that to a 1222. Okay, so I'm fairly sure then that there's a 1 in the second digit. There we go. A 1 in the second digit and no 2s. That's useful information. Let's try a 0 in there and see what happens. Okay, no zeros. Let's pop a 7 in there. No 7s. I don't know why I chose 7. It's an odd choice. Let's work my way up. We'll do a 3. Okay, no 3s either. 4. That was a bit of luck. 2 correct digits in the right place. Okay, we're not doing too badly. 5. 1 correct digit in the wrong place, so the last one must be a 5. So let's make that a 6 and put a 5 at the end. Okay. I already checked 7, so let's check 8. All right, no. So I'm pretty certain then that that must be a 9. No, it's not. Well, did I make a mistake with my 7? That's the only one I haven't checked in this run through. Let's have a look. And we got it. 4175 it was. So 13 guesses when you play this game. That is your standard to beat. I'm sure you can manage it. We've got no space between 13 and guesses there. So let's just tweak that. Not there, but there. There we go. And then let's just make sure the play again link works. It does indeed. Wonderful. So I hope you enjoyed that one. Do tweet me and let me know if you can do it in less than 13 guesses. There's probably more efficient ways than the way that I did it. And that takes us to the end of our Python run through. I hope you can appreciate what I said at the beginning of this section, that Python is a very nice language to look at and a nice language to work with. And if you're interested in getting a Raspberry Pi or something like that and building something in the real world that may be part of the Internet of Things one day, then Python is a great language to do that in. This also brings us to the end of the complete web developer course. So I hope you've enjoyed yourself, and there's just one more video to go, and that is, where do we go from here? In this final bonus section, we're going to be putting everything that we've learned together by building a clone of Twitter.com. Now, we're not going to recreate absolutely every feature of Twitter. That would take a very long time, but we're going to recreate the core experience. So we're going to allow people to, of course, log in and sign up and view public tweets and then search tweets and post their own tweets. Potentially more interestingly, we're going to be building this site in a slightly different way to how we've built sites before, which is closer to what's known as the MVC framework, or Model View Controller. You may have heard of this, but if not, it's actually pretty straightforward. The model is the data and data management aspect of the website, which is essentially the database and the essential interactions with it. The view is the user interface, so that will be the HTML for the various files for each page of our site. And the controller is the functionality of our site, which we'll be writing in PHP. So the MVC framework essentially tries to keep each of these separate, for the usual reasons that it makes your code easier to maintain and more logical in its structure. So for once, I'm not necessarily going to recommend that you have a go at creating twitter.com yourself, although of course you are very welcome to, and I'd love to see the results. But this time, I gently advise following along and just seeing this process of creating a reasonably complex website in this way. Okay, ready to go? Let's do it. So I'm going to start with creating the file space in FireFTP. So I'll create a new directory. I'm in completewebdevelopercourse.com here. And this is going to be 12 Twitter. And then I'm going to create a main file called index.php. And this is going to be the central point of our complete website. So every page will be generated from index.php. Then I'm going to create a directory called views. And inside the views directory, where we're going to store the header and footer files for the site, as well as the files for each individual page. And finally, we're going to have a file called functions.php, where most of the code for our site, i.e. the controller part of MVC, is going to sit. Okay, so that's our MVC setup. We haven't actually created the data structure yet, so let's just jump over to the control panel to create a database to do just that. So down in MySQL databases, I'll just call it Twitter and generate a password and create. All right, we're going to leave that for the moment. And I'm going to start by setting up my index.php file. So Command O to open that up. And for once, we're likely to be working with more than one file at once. So I'm actually going to bring in the menu here, which will allow us to view several files at once and switch between them. There's likely a way that you can do that on your text editor as well. Just try opening more than one file at once, and likely you'll get some kind of option either down the left or along the top, which will allow you to switch between those files very easily. So remember, our index.php file is going to be where all of our pages are generated and displayed to the user. Just before we do that though, I'm going to do a quick hi there, save that, and just make sure that everything's connected up okay. So we should be able to access this via completewebdevelopercourse.com/content/12 Twitter, and then close that. There we go. Wonderful. Let's jump back over to our text editor and think about how we're going to structure this index.php file. I'm going to start by beginning our bit of PHP, and then we'll likely be adding things as we go along. But the first thing I'm going to do is include functions.php. So this is currently empty, but that's where we're going to include all the functions for our site. And then we're going to want to include 3 files, which I haven't created yet. But essentially, we're going to want to include from the views folder a header.php file. We're going to want to include a main content part of each page, which for the moment, I'm just going to include views/home.php. We'll create these in a moment. And then we'll include views/footer.php. And this is then how our site is going to be structured. So all the actual content is going to be in header.php, footer.php, and a number of other files, one for each of the main pages of our web app. So let's save that and then go and create these 3 files. So back in FireFTP, we'll go into views and then create header.php. We'll create footer.php. And we'll create home.php. And then I'm going to open all 3 of those up using Command O or Control O in Windows. And then let's get creating. As we're creating a Twitter clone here, it seems only reasonable to use Twitter Bootstrap, as we're very comfortable with anyway. So as before, I'm going to be using the version 4 alpha. You can use the full version 4 if it's available when you're watching this video. And I'm going to go over to documentation again and introduction and scroll down to get the starter template. Now the header part of this is going to go down as far as body there. So I'm going to copy that into my header.php file. So notice I've called this a .php file because we may need to put some PHP in it, but at the moment it's essentially just an HTML document. And then for now, we'll just put hello world into home.php. And then we'll put the footer.php scripts just there. Okay, let's have a look. Wonderful. So if we look at the source of that by Control or right clicking and view page source, you can see we've got the header HTML there. Then we've got the main content, and then we've got our footer. Wonderful. So that's essentially our MVC setup, but of course in its current form it doesn't do very much. So in this video I'm going to take us as far as having the sign up and log in and log out sections working. That will then give you a great framework to work with if you want to create a site like this in a similar way in the future. So let's get a navbar up and running. Let's find the navbar in components. And there it is. So navbar, we want something fairly simple here. That first option is pretty close to what we want, so let's copy that code into our header.php file and we'll put it after body there. So let's take a look, and there it is. Okay, wonderful. So I'm not particularly worried about styling. We're all about function in this example, but let's then just change the main name there to Twitter, and we'll change the link to the home page, which for us is that full thing there. Normally it would just be a slash or something to the root of the domain name, but here, because we're in a subdirectory, we'll use that. And then we don't need a home link, so I'm going to get rid of that, and then I'm going to have your timeline as being one of the 3. So that's where the user can view all the tweets of the people that they are following. We'll have your tweets, and we'll have profiles. In fact, I'll call that public profiles. So this will be whether they can view the list of users on the site, and then choose to view their tweets if they want. And the links here, I'm going to work with query strings. So here we're going to have page equals timeline. Here we'll have page equals your tweets. And here we'll have page is equal to public profiles. And we can create those pages later on. And then here we want to allow the user to log in or sign up. So let's get rid of the search option here. And we'll make this button login/sign up. Okay, let's take a look. Excellent. That looks great. I'm just going to add a very quick container div to our hello world. And I'm also going to change that to homepage. So we'll have a div with a class of container. And for now, we'll just have homepage in there. And then for the footer, I'm going to have a footer there, which is just going to have a simple paragraph with a copyright symbol, which we get from and copy. And I'll just call it my website 2016. There we go. Now that gives us the copyright symbol there, which isn't great, but in one of the examples here, you can have a look. We've got a sticky footer, which adds a footer to the bottom of the viewport, which I'll just resize the browser window so you can see that. There it is. So let's view source and add that. So we've got a few custom styles to achieve that. Let's copy all of those into our own CSS file, which I'll put here. To create file, and we'll just have styles.css. Open that up as well. As always, we want to keep everything as separate as possible, so we'll keep all our styles in their own document. And then if we just save that and then back in header.php, link to that style sheet. So I'll do that here using link rel is equal to style sheet and then href. And we'll get this link as a full link, I think. Like that. So the whole link and then styles.css. And then when we refresh that, we can see we've got a change there, but it hasn't applied to the footer yet because we haven't added the class of footer to our footer. Let's take a look. There we go. Wonderful. So I'll just add a quick container div to the footer content. There we go. Want to get everything laid out nicely. There we go. That looks much better. And we could include some links here if we wanted as well. Let's just have a quick look at the effect that it's had on the home page there. We might want to get rid of some of these styles. Here we go. Yes, I'm going to get rid of that custom CSS at the bottom there. Great. So now let's get our login and sign up working. We're going to do that using a modal, which we saw way back in the Bootstrap section, which is essentially a nice looking pop-up. We can see it in action here. So it looks like that. Let's see our live demo to remind us how it works. There we go. So we can have our sign up or login form in the modal. So let's put our modal down in the footer.php file, and we'll put it just before the end of the body here. Remember, that's going to be hidden by default and only displayed when we need it. And we can make that happen using data toggle and data target on our button. So let's grab our header.php to edit the button, and here's our button. So let's add the data target is my modal and data toggle is modal, and that should now make that modal pop up when we click the login sign up button. But it doesn't. I suspect that's because footer.php hasn't saved. So let's try that again. Refresh, login and sign up. There we go. And what's actually going on there is that when we click that, it's opening up the modal, but then refreshing the page because it's submitting the form which we no longer need. So let's fix that in a couple of ways. In header.php, we'll change form to div, given that this isn't actually a form anymore, it's just a button, and we'll get rid of the type is equal to submit from the button as well. That should get this appearing nicely for us. There we go. Now let's add a login form to our modal. So we'll change the title here in the modal from modal title to login. And we'll add our form to login here. Let's get that from Twitter components, forms, and let's see if we can find a super simple login form. This should do the job. So our first label is going to be email, and placeholder will be email address, and we'll call that email. Type is text. In fact, we'll change the type to email. ID can be email, and then we'll have label for password. Spell password correctly. Type is equal to password. ID password. And then placeholder can just be password. And then the button here becomes a login button. And I'll leave the close button there in case they change their minds. Okay, let's have a look now. Okay, looks great. Of course, the user might not want to log in, so let's give them an option to switch to sign up instead. I'll do that here, and I'll see how it looks with just a simple link, which will give an ID of, I'll call it toggle login. And we'll have the text as sign up there. Let's have a look. There we go. So all I'm going to change here, when they click the sign up link, I'm going to change login to sign up here. And I'm going to change login to sign up down there. And I'll change sign up back to login as well. And the final thing that we'll have in our form here is a small hidden input which will keep track of whether we're on login mode or sign up mode. So I'll call this name is equal to login active, and the value by default will be 1 because login will be active by default. Okay, so let's get our login toggling sorted. For the moment, I'm just going to write the JavaScript directly into footer.php, but we will switch this to a separate .js file before we finish. So we want some code to run when the toggle login button is clicked. And we want that to be a function. And for now, I'm just going to alert hi to make sure that everything's connected up right. There we go. While we're here, actually, I'm going to add a little bit of a margin to the right of sign up, just so it's a little bit removed from the close button. Let's do that over in styles.css. I'll put these at the top. So toggle login. So we'll have a padding right of, let's say, 15 pixels. And let's refresh that, have a look. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So we want to find out whether we're in login mode or not. So let's give our login active an ID as well. Be the same ID, just login active. And then we can look to see if the login active input has a value of 1, then that means we're in login mode. So as usual, I'm just going to do a check. To see if that is correct. Okay, it does appear to be. So if that's the case, we now want to switch to sign up mode. So first off, let's change login active .val to 0 so that we're not in login active mode anymore. And then I'm going to change the ID here to login modal title. And then we'll change login modal title HTML to sign up. Then we'll take our button down here, give that an ID. I'll call it login sign up button. And then we want to take that and change the HTML to sign up. And I think finally we want to change the toggle login HTML. So I can select that from there to login. So that should change everything from a login mode to a sign up mode. Let's have a look. There we go. So now we've changed sign up there, and that's changed to login. So the only thing that remains is to allow us to switch back to login mode if necessary. So if login mode is not active, then we'll make it active by setting the value of login active to 1, we'll set the modal title back to login, the login sign up button to login, and then toggle login back to sign up. All right, let's take a look. So sign up becomes login, login. Wonderful. Okay. Now we just need to action the login or sign up process. Now, because we've got this nice setup here, we're going to do this using Ajax. So let's do it. So back over in footer.php. We want this to happen when the login or sign up button is clicked. So let's get that all set up. There we go. Because I like to be sure before I write complicated jQuery. There we go. Wonderful. So in order to submit our form, we're going to need a script to submit to. So I'm going to create a new file called actions.php, which is going to be where we do things like post a tweet or submit a login form. So actions is going to be pretty simple. It's going to include functions.php, and then it will route the action to the necessary function depending on what is being requested at the time. So if we go back to our Ajax, then we just need to do our Ajax post. And this is going to be done with a type of post. The URL is going to be action.php and then question mark action equals, I'll call it login sign up because we don't know which one that is at this point. Then that should be a comma. And then the data that we're going to send is email. And that's going to be equal to the value of the email field plus the password, which is going to be equal to the value of the password field. And in fact, I should have an and symbol there. And we also want to know if login active is true, because we want to know whether we're attempting to log in or sign up this user. Is equal to, and then login active dot val. So that's our data. Then we want to have a success function. So this is going to be a function with a result and for now we'll just alert the result. All right, so fingers crossed that's all going to work okay. Now notice I chose action is equal to login sign up in the URL. So if we go over to actions.php and then we'll check to see if the get variable action is equal to login sign up, that means we want a login or a sign up, then for now, all I'm going to do is display all the post variables, which should then be fed back to footer.php and alerted here. And just before we run that, it would help if I get the URL right. Should be actions.php. Okay, so let's refresh, log in and sign up, and then click login. And there we go. We're getting the output from the action.php script. Let's just put in an email address and a password, and they are getting fed through as well. Wonderful. So now we're going to be concentrating on actions.php, and this is where we'll first attempt to sign the user up, and then we'll write the code for logging the user in. Generally makes sense to do it that way round because we need to sign users up before we log them in. So let's have a look. So login active is 0 there. So let's do a check to see if post login active is 0. Then let's echo sign user up. And the nice thing about testing this is we don't need to refresh anything. We can just click that and it will, by Ajax, get the result for us. Great. Now, before we actually do the login though, we're going to need to validate the email address and the password. And we'll need to do that regardless of whether they're logging in or signing up. So let's do this at the beginning here. So first off, we'll check to see if there's no email. And in fact, what we'll do is we'll set up, I won't call it message, I'll call it error. So we'll have an empty error variable. So if there's no email address, we'll echo an email address is required. Else, we'll then check to see if there's a password. In fact, we won't echo that. We'll set error equal to it. A password is required. And we'll do a quick bit of validation on the email as well. We've done this before, but we'll do a quick search for PHP validate email address. And there's a built-in PHP function to do that. So let's grab that code. And we actually want to check if it is not a valid email address. So I'm going to get rid of the exclamation mark there. And what we want to check is not the password, but the email. So if that turns out to be false, then we'll set error to please enter a valid email address. And then here we'll check to see if error is not an empty string. Then for now, we'll just echo it. So let's have a look. If we get rid of the email and click sign up and email address is required, great. If we put that in, but get rid of the password, we get a password is required, great. If we put that in, yep, it's needing a valid email address. And if we validate that, then we just get sign user up. Perfect. We'll get our form to display that more nicely in a minute, but let's just complete the sign up process for now. Okay, so now we're going to need our database at long last, or our model. So let's scroll down here and we can see our Twitter database that we've connected. Let's click Manage there. That will take us over to phpMyAdmin. And we can create our users table, which is going to be pretty simple. We're going to need a username or the email address, the password, and an ID field. And for now, that's it. So 3 columns. We'll have the ID column first, which we want to auto increment, and we want that to be the primary key. And then we'll have email and password, both of which I'll set to text. All right. Now, before we can do anything with that, we're going to need a connection string. So I'm going to put that into functions.php because that appears in all of our scripts. And we'll do that using code that we saw in the MySQL section. So we'll create a link, which is going to be mysqli_connect. And the database is on the same server as the scripts that we're writing here. So I'm going to use localhost to connect. And then we want the database username, which is the same as the database name itself. So cl29-Twitter. Try not to select any of the white space. And then we want the password, which I'll copy in a minute. And then we want the database name, which is, again, cl29-Twitter. And the password is there. NE, etc., etc. And then we'll do a check to see if MySQLi connect error number. So if there's a connection error, for now, just to make sure everything's connected up, I'm just going to print the MySQLi connect error and exit. So stop the script. And in fact, I'm going to enforce an error by getting the database name wrong. And if we then refresh that, you can see we've got access denied. Great. If we get rid of that, it should load our page without any problems. Wonderful. Okay, so back to actions.php. I'm actually going to make it so that if there is an error there, not only do we echo the error, but we exit. Because we shouldn't try to sign the user up if we've got a problem. Okay, and all we need to check for here is when we're trying to sign the user up is to make sure that there's no one with their email address already registered. So let's write our query. We'll create a query and I'll just give us a bit more room to work with. So we want to select star everything from users. Remember, we're selecting from the users table that we just created, where email equals, and then we want MySQLi real escape string. Remember, we need to protect ourselves from potential SQL injection attacks here. And we'll do that with our link. And the variable that we actually want to put in is the post email variable. And I'll pop a limit 1 on the end. Just for good habit, not that we should expect to see more than 1. Then we'll get our result, which is going to be MySQLi query, link, and query. And then all we want to do is to see if there are any results for this particular query. And we can do that by checking MySQLi num rows for that result. And if it's greater than 0, then we'll set error equals that email address is already taken. And then right at the end here, we'll have a check to see if the error is non-empty, and if it is, then display it. I think I'd like to check that. So let's first off just pop back into sign up mode, click sign up, and excellent, that is working as required. And then I'm just going to put in a random email address, select it, and then enter it manually into our users table. There we go. So now if we browse, we've got our email there. So if I try and add that email address, it should give me an error. It's giving me a blank result though. And that's because, of course, this should be equal 0. So if we get no results, that's when we want that error to appear. And I think that's because I've got a slight issue with my brackets here. So I should close brackets there rather than at the end of the string. Try that again. So jump back over to Chrome, click sign up, and that email address is already taken. Wonderful. And if I just change the email address, I don't get that error. So that's looking good. So if that's not the case, let's create the user. So we'll create a new query, which will be insert into users. And we want to create just the email and password. Actually, we'll use that symbol for these. So email and password. And this is going to have values. And I'm going to copy over that string there, which escapes the email. And then we also want to escape the password. There we go. And then we'll just check to make sure that we've run that correctly. So MySQLi query with a link and the query string. So if that worked, we want to return something to say that it worked. So what I'm going to do is just echo 1. And then we'll consider 1 to be the kind of correct code, that everything's worked okay. Else, we've got an error of couldn't create user, and I'll just have something generic like please try again later. And there's just a couple of issues there. I've missed out the single quotes around the password, and I've also managed to miss the L out of MySQLi query there. Okay, so let's take a look. If we now try and sign up this user, We get a 1, fantastic. And if we try and do it again, we should get that email address is already taken. Brilliant. And let's just check and make sure that the user is indeed in our database. So that's very good, but we definitely don't want to be storing the passwords in plain text like that. So let's update our code here before we echo the 1 to hash the password as we saw in the MySQL section. So first off, so we can use the MySQLi insert ID to generate our hash. And I'll do that all in one query. So what we're going to do is update the users table. And we're going to set the password equal to, and now we're going to do our hashing. So we'll use MD5, and we're going to MD5 the MD5'd version of our ID, which we're going to get from MySQLi insert ID from our link. And then we want to append that to the password. And we want to do that where the user ID is equal to MySQLi insert ID link. And we'll limit 1 just in case. So that should now save our password as a nice hashed version. So let's put a B on the end of that and just check. Okay, it looks good. Looks like we've signed the user up. Let's jump back to Firefox and take a look. Okay, it hasn't actually updated anything. That's of course because I haven't actually run the query. There we go. Let's try that again. So we'll sign them up with a C this time. Looking promising. And there we go. We've got a nicely securely hashed password there. Wonderful. So we're pretty close. We can now sign users up. Let's just log them in. So this was the login active if statement, which I can just check ends there. So if login active is a 1 or is not 0, then we're going to try and log the users in. So I'm actually going to use the same query as before to find the users, or to find the user by their email address. But this time I actually want to get a result. So I'm going to set row equal to MySQLi fetch associated, and I want to select the rows, or really just one row associated with that result. And then if the password in that row is equal to, and then I'm going to do my MD5 hashing again. This time we want to MD5 not the MySQLi insert ID, but the row ID. Like that. So we're going to take the row ID, MD5 that, and append the posted password to that, MD5 that, and that should all equal the saved password if they've entered their password correctly. So if that's the case, echo 1, else we'll have an error could not find that username/password combination. Please try again. All right. So let's take a look. If we now attempt to log the user in instead of signing them up, and often the simplest things, I forgot the $sign in front of my error there, and of course I don't actually need curly brackets around that. I was thinking of having an if statement there in front of my row, but we don't need that because we're going to have this error either way, whether it finds a row or not. All right, let's try that again. There we go. So we've got a 1 there because we've got a correct login. If I change the password, then we get an error message. Fabulous. So we're pretty close now. We've got sign up and login working. There are two things that remain. The first is that we need to show the user some friendlier error messages and actually do the logging in and signing up. And then finally, we need to add the possibility to log out as well. So here we go. For the friendlier error messages, we're going to do that in footer.php here. And then instead of just alerting result, we're going to test to see if result is equal to 1. And all I'm going to do here is redirect them to the home page because they will already be logged in. So I'm going to do that using window.location.assign and then the full home page there. And if that's not the case, let's display the error message in a friendly way. So that's going to be, actually it's in footer as well, isn't it? Because the modal is up here. We'll put it just above the email field. So we'll have in the modal body a div with a class of alert and alert danger and an ID of login alert. And initially we'll set a login alert to be hidden. So we'll just set the display to be none. And then down in footer.php, if the response is not 1, then we'll find login alert and we'll set the HTML to whatever the result is and we'll show it. So we'll make it display. All right, let's have a look. So if I try and log in with something empty, then we get a decent response. Fantastic. Let's just try a couple of these. Could not find that username password combination. Wonderful. So it's displaying the error message very nicely. So now I'm going to attempt to sign up with a new email address, and that should redirect me to the main page. Fabulous. So that's now showing nicely to the user. We are going to need to actually do the login. That's going to be pretty easy. At the beginning of functions.php, I'm going to call a session start, and then in actions.php, we'll set the session ID to be equal to, in that case, MySQLi insert ID link. And down here, we'll set the session ID to be row ID. So with that, we should create a session which tells us that the user is logged in. And then over in header.php, we're going to do our final bit, which is to change the code of this button to log out if the user is logged in. So round here, I'm going to initially cheat and just display the session variable. So now if I sign up, I'll just choose rob@rob.com and then a password and then sign up. And interestingly, we've got the ID variable, but it's set to 0. I suspect that's because we've called another query here. So what I'm going to do is actually set the session ID here, and then to keep everything the same, I'll use session ID instead of MySQLi insert ID in the query. Okay, let's try that again. So login, sign up. I'll now be rob2@rob.com. Password, login. Quite right, I wanted to sign up. And there we go. So that's got our ID working for us. So now it's just a matter of checking here to see if we've got a session ID. And if we have, we're going to need a logout button. So I'll initially just copy that to logged out, and we'll fix that in a moment. But if we're not logged in, then we'll have the same old button as before. Okay, so to log out, I'm going to change this to a link, and we're not going to be using a modal or anything here. We're just going to link to function is equal to logout, and then close our link. So before we write the logout function, let's just refresh that, and we do indeed have a logout page, a logout link, sorry. And then over in functions.php, remember I looked for function is logout there. So in functions.php, we'll have if the get variable function is equal to logout, and then we'll just use session unset, and that should unset all of our session variables. So now if we click the logout button, nothing happens. Not to worry. That's because I've forgotten to add href to my attribute name there. So let's try that again. Log out. And then that should reload the home page, and you can see we've now got the login sign up button so the user is definitely logged out. Phew! So it took us quite a while to get there, but we now have a very general purpose page with a neat login and sign up system which works and is secure, and the users can sign up, log in and log out very simply. So I think that's time to end this video here, and we'll begin in the next one to start creating the home page for our users. So now that we've spent the time building our MVC-like framework for our Twitter web app, and we've got login and sign up working well, doing the rest should be relatively straightforward. Let's hope so. We're going to start by creating the home page for our Twitter web app, and to do that we'll need some actual tweets. So I'm going to go over to the database and create a new table which will be tweets. And this is going to be fairly simple. We're going to start with an ID, which will also be our primary key. And then we'll have the tweet itself, the user ID, which will be an int, and the date time, which will be a date time. There we go. That's all I need to know about my tweets. Whoops. So I'll just click save, and then let's add a couple of random tweets. Just before we do that, we'll check a couple of user IDs. So I'll go for 7 and 8 as being my user IDs. So let's insert loving this website from user ID number 7, and we'll use now for the date time, and something similar. This is great from user ID number 8, and we'll use now again. There we go. So we've added those. I'm just going to change the time a little bit on that second one to make it a little bit earlier, just so that we've got two different times to compare. Okay, so now this code is mostly going to be going in home.php, and I want to set it up so that we've got two columns, with a main column with a bunch of tweets in it, and then a right-hand column where the user can search tweets and post a new one as well. So let's just remind ourselves how to do that over on the Bootstrap site. So we'll go back to layout, and then grid, and find something fairly similar to what we're after. So that second option there, 8 and 4, looks pretty perfect. So let's copy that over here and just check that it looks about right. Yeah, wonderful. Okay. So in this column, we're going to have recent tweets. Great. I think I'll make a quick extra class for this container. So let's add in a little bit of padding for it. I'll just try an overall padding of 20 pixels, which feels about right. And there we go. Much better. Okay. So now we want to generate some tweets. I'm going to do that with a PHP function, but I'm not going to write the code here because this is a view. So I'm just going to have a simple function call, display tweets, and I'm going to specify that we want all public tweets displayed here. And then I'm going to go into functions.php, and this is where I'm going to create the display tweets. Function. So you can see what we're doing there is separating the layout in home.php and the code into functions.php. So first off, let's just check everything's connected up. So we should get public there. There we go. So if type is equal to public, then we're going to want to set a specific query. Then I'm going to have a variable called where clause. And with public, it's just going to be empty. And we'll see why that is in a minute, because then we're going to create our query, which will be select star from tweets. And there is where we're going to have our where clause. So in other cases, it might only pick up tweets from a particular user. But here we want all the tweets, so we don't actually need a where clause at all. But we will order by the time, which I remember is date time. And we want the newest at the top, so descending. And I'll have a limit there of 10 as well. So I'll just by default display 10 tweets. Then we'll get our result. It's going to be MySQLi query link and query. Then let's check to see that we've got some results. So we'll check for MySQLi num rows of result, and I'll actually check first off to see if we don't have any results. And if that's the case, we'll just echo there are no tweets to display. So I'm actually going to check that that's working just by putting an error in my query, and we should get there are no tweets to display. Great. And then when I remove the A, it should get rid of that error, but it doesn't. And that's because we need to be able to access the link variable inside this function here. And we can do that by making it global like that. So this just says we want to be able to access the link variable from inside this function. If we now run that, yep, that disappears, which means we are getting some results. So if that's the case, let's loop through our results. And we'll do that using while. We'll create a row variable equal to MySQL fetch associated rows, and we want to do that for result. And initially we'll just echo the tweet. And before we run that, let's not make the mistake of forgetting the I there. Let's take a look. Excellent. So loving this website, and this is great. So let's start getting this tweet displayed correctly. We'll start off by getting the user's information. So we'll need another query, which is going to be selecting star from users. where ID is equal to, and we're going to want MySQL I escape string, not to forget the real, link, and the row, I think we called it user ID. Let's have a look. Yep. Limit 1. And actually, let's call this user query. Then we'll get user query result, which is going to be MySQLi query link user query. And we'll have a user, which is equal to MySQLi fetch a sock, and user query result. And just to check that everything's working, we'll display the user information. Let's take a look. Excellent. Okay, so I'm going to echo P and then the user email address to start off with. We haven't asked them to choose a specific username, so I'm going to use the email address as their kind of identifier. Next, we want the time. Now, Twitter has a nice feature that instead of just giving the date and time, it says 2 minutes ago or 4 seconds ago or something like that. So let's see if we can find out a way to do that in PHP. I'm just going to search for get 2 minutes ago. Okay, there we go. That first result seems pretty good. And this result looks pretty good. So it looks like it's going to create what we want. So let's copy it over into our functions.php. And now we can use time since to convert our time. And we'll need to do it using the current time minus the timestamp, which we get from str to time from the date time column, which is the date and time that the tweet was posted. So let's have a look at that. Fantastic. So that's working correctly. We've got 31 minutes and an hour, which looks about right. I'm just going to change it slightly. So we have min s, just to keep that a bit shorter. And then let's also put a space in there. And I'm going to add a span with a class of time. So we can style that a little bit. And we'll add an ago as well. And then for our time class, let's just try something like color light gray. There we go. Great. And I'm going to put a colon on the end of that as well. And then we'll have our tweet. And I'll put that in paragraph tags actually. And then at the very end, we'll put follow or unfollow. At the moment, I'll just put follow because we haven't built a following system yet. Excellent. One other thing I'm going to add is just to put a div around the whole thing with a class of tweet, just so we can style it a little bit more. Not that I'm particularly worried about styling here. So I'm going to try a border of 1px solid grey, a border radius of 5px, a padding of 5px, and a margin of 5px as well. Okay, something's gone wrong there. Let's have a look at what it is. So it hasn't saved my changes. I think it's easily done. Go back in functions and save that. Refresh again. There we go. Wonderful. Now, as a developer, I'm not going to go further on the design front, but you definitely can. And obviously this is a pretty minimal design with no pictures or anything particularly fancy like that. Great. So we're nearly there on the home page. I'm just going to add 2 boxes on the right. First is going to be a search box. And then underneath that, if the user is logged in, we're going to give them a tweet box as well. So let's add those in. This is going to be at home.php. Now the search box, I suspect we're going to be using several times. So I'm going to write it as a PHP function like that. And then over in functions.php, we'll create that function. So display search. We'll display that here. We don't need any parameters. In fact, it's just going to be a fairly straightforward echo statement. And it's going to be a simple bootstrap form as well. So let's go back to components and forms. And we'll have a simple inline form like this. So in fact, I'll use single quotes there. And then this is going to be a label for search. In fact, no, we're not going to have a label at all. We'll just have a placeholder of search. And that's going to remain the same. And then we'll have our button for search tweets. That doesn't need to have a type. And in fact, this can just be a div because we're going to submit it by Ajax anyway. Okay, let's take a look. Excellent. Happy with that. And then underneath that, we'll have display tweet box. There we go. And again, we'll have this as a function. And we only want to do this if the user is logged in. So if there is a session ID and it's greater than 0, then we'll echo more or less the same form as before, but we're going to want a text area. So let's just scroll up to get a text area example. In fact, I can use Command F or Control F on Windows and text area. There we go. So it's pretty straightforward. Just use text area instead of input. I'll call it tweet content. We won't use a placeholder, and we'll have to close the text area. And I'll change that to post tweet. Okay, that doesn't display because the user's not logged in. So let's just quickly, in fact, we'll create a new account. I think we're on Rob 3 now. Sign up. And there we go. So we're now logged in. It's still not displaying our search box. Let's just do a quick check. See our session variable in action. No, it doesn't seem to be calling the function at all. Let's just save that, make sure it is calling it. Ah, there we go. Much better. So let's get rid of that now. And in fact, I'm going to get rid of form inline for this one. There we go. Much better. But I think we need something to divide those two. So let's try a horizontal rule. Wonderful. So there's a few directions we could go now. We need to get following and unfollowing sorted. We need to allow the user to post tweets. We need to allow the search tweet function. And then we need to activate these 3 pages. I'm going to start in the next video with following and unfollowing. See you there. All right, so we're making pretty good progress. We can now view the latest public tweets. And of course, we've got our login system working well. And we've got our code, if not the actual functions for searching tweets and posting tweets. So in this video, we're going to see how to set up following and unfollowing specific users. Let's get the model set up first. So we'll be creating a new table in our Twitter database. And this is going to be a table to keep track of who's following who. So I'm going to call it is following. And as usual, we'll have an ID for each relationship. And we'll have follower and is following. And they'll both be integers because they're going to refer to the user IDs. Okay. And then if we look back over on our recent tweets page, we've got a follow instruction there. So that's where we're going to write our code for following a user. It's all going to be nice and fancy with Ajax. So let's set up a link here, which is not going to go anywhere. But it will have a class of, I'll call it toggle follow. And I'm going to add to that a data variable of user ID, which is going to be equal to the user ID of the poster. which is row user ID. Like that. And remember, we can access any data variable we like using jQuery. There we go. So let's just check that that's worked. Here we go. It's a link. And then if we quickly view the source, we should be able to just see that the data attribute is there. There we go. Data user ID is 7 and 8 there. Wonderful. So now let's write some jQuery to do something when the toggle follow links are clicked, and we'll write that in footer.php. So let's set up our toggle follow links to have a click function. And initially, I'm going to set up my click function to be alert, and I'm going to try and get the value of that attribute, which we do using .attr, and then the name of the attribute, which is data-user ID. So let's just have a look and see if everything is connected up right. And we should get a 7 and an 8 alerted. Hurrah! Excellent. So then we're going to need to either follow the user or unfollow the user, depending on whether the user is currently followed or not. So let's do that with a bit of Ajax. So I'm just going to copy that down as before, and we're going to post to actions.php, but this time the action is going to be toggle follow. And the only data that we need is the user ID. And that's going to be equal to this attribute here. There we go. And as before, we will do something else with this later on, but for now we'll just alert result. Great. So we're looking for an action value of toggle follow now. So let's go over to actions.php and check for the existence of that. Action is equal to toggle follow. Then we'll do as before and just display the post variables again to make sure that everything's connected up right. Let's take a look. Nope, something's gone horribly wrong. Let's have a quick inspect. And in the console, attr is not defined. Okay, let's have a look in footer.php there. Ah, yes, that's because I've forgotten this. Fair enough. Let's have another go. Brilliant. That's great. So it's getting the response from action.php and it's receiving the user ID. So now the first thing we're going to need to do is to check whether our current user is following this particular user or not. So we can do that with a query, which is going to be something pretty similar to what we've got up here. So I'm going to just copy that down there, but this time we're going to select from the is following table. And we want to select where our user is following the other user. So we want to check that the follower is our current user and is following is the user that we're checking, so the user ID. So we want the follower to be our current user. So I'm going to use MySQLi real escape string link and then session ID, and we want is following to be equal to and we want to check that, but this time we're checking post user ID. And I'm just going to cheat slightly and comment that out and just echo my query, which is a nice trick to make sure that everything is working okay. So select star from is following, where follower is 9 and is following is 7, limit 1. Great. Let's get rid of that. So if the number of rows of the result is greater than 0, then that means that they are following. So we need to unfollow them. So let's make that happen. Essentially, we just need to delete the entry from the database. So we're going to need to get the ID of the entry, which we'll do using row is MySQLi fetch a sock result. And then we're going to MySQLi query link and then delete from is following, where ID is equal to, and then we want a real escape string again. This time we want the row ID, and we'll pop a limit 1 on the end. Always a good idea when you're deleting. And then I'm going to echo 1. So 1 in this parlance is going to mean that we've unfollowed the user. The other option, of course, is that we're going to follow the user. So else, this time, I'm just going to copy those bits down. Instead of deleting, we're going to insert into is following, and we want to set the follower and is following we want to set the values to the follower. We want to be our current user, so session ID, and then we want is following to be the post user ID. All right, now I've done quite a lot there. I'm going to change that to a 2. Let's try this out, see what happens. Okay, we've got a 2. That's promising. Let's go back and have a look in the database and see, yep, we do indeed have our follower and is following relationship set up, which means, of course, if I press it again, we should get a 1, and that should mean that the relationship has been deleted. Wonderful. And then a 2 and a 1, etc. Brilliant. So the back-end part is now working. Let's just update footer.php. So if result is equal to 1, Remember, 1 means they've been unfollowed. And what we want to do here is check to see if result is equal to 1. And remember, 1 means that we've unfollowed. So we want to change all the links for that particular user ID to follow. So I think what we'll do here is update this code to have an ID which is equal to the user ID that we're being followed. And then here we'll find all the A links that have a data user ID of make sure I get this right, ID. I don't think I need that one there actually. And we want to set their HTML to follow. And if the result is 2, we want to do the same thing, but set the HTML to unfollow. All right, let's take a look. So if I click follow, then that changes to unfollow. Fantastic. And if I check unfollow, it changes back to follow. And same with that link there. Brilliant. So now that we've got following set up, I'm just going to follow one user here. Then we're in a position to set up the timeline. So if you remember, we called that page timeline. So I'm going to go back over to FTP and in views, create a file called timeline.php. Open that up. And then, not forgetting in index.php to check to see if we get a page of timeline, then we'll include views/timeline.php. And we're going to have a string of those. And if none of them are true, we'll include the home page. Okay, so then I'll just put a little bit of text on timeline.php, and we should now be able to click on your timeline and see that little bit of text in the middle of our page. There it is. Wonderful. So let's copy over our code from home.php to timeline.php because things are going to be fairly similar here. The only real difference is that I'm going to put tweets for you here, and I'm going to change display tweets to is following. So that means we only want the tweets of the people that our user is following. And to do that, we're going to need to build a where clause. So we'll do this in the case that type is equal to is following. And what we're going to need to do is check the is following table for the IDs of the users that our user is following, and then construct a query string based on those. So we can grab a bit of code from actions.php to borrow for that. And now we want to select everything from is following where the follower is our current user. And that's all we care about. And we want all of them. and then we're going to get the results. We don't really have a need to check whether there are any. We're just going to loop through any results that there are. So let's initially set our where clause to be empty, and then we need to be careful here to construct the right where clause. So if where clause is empty, then we'll set it equal to where user ID. So notice we're searching tweets now, and tweets stores that as user ID with a small I as it happens. That's not great, but it'll be fine. Where user ID is equal to the row, and then we want the user ID that our user is following, which is following. And if where clause is not empty, then we want to append to it or and then user ID, etc. So in fact, what I'll do is, if it's empty, I'll set it equal to where. If it's not, I'll append or, and then either way, I'll add, so append user ID is equal to, and then is following. So that should construct a potentially quite large string, which starts with a where, and then has user ID equal to, and then one of the followings, or it's equal to something else, or it's equal to something else. And it should essentially generate all the tweets of the users that our user is following. So fingers crossed, something's gone horribly wrong. Sometimes a refresh fixes it. Okay, so it wasn't that bad, but it hasn't generated what we want. I'll tell you what, let's cheat again and just echo out the query to see if there's an error in our SQL. So we've got select star from tweets where user ID, aha, I think we're missing a space. Easily done. Let's have another look. There we go. Brilliant. So now we can get rid of the query. And we're just seeing that one tweet there, but that does remind me that we've got the option here to follow, which isn't right because we're already following this user. So we're going to need to update functions.php to check here whether the user is following that user, and if they are, select follow, and if not, select unfollow. So let's change that to end there, and then we'll have a second echo afterwards. And then we want to check that the user is following this other user, so we can actually use very similar code to what we had there. So select star from is following, where follower is our current user, and is following is, this time it's row user ID rather than post. Limit 1, and then we get our results, but I think we want to rename those so we don't confuse the main string. So let's have is following query, and then is following query result, and put that in there, and is following query in there. So if the number of rows is greater than 0, we don't actually need to get the result. We just need to write unfollow, because that means that they are being followed. Else echo follow, because they're not following that user. Okay, so let's take a look. We should now see unfollow appear there. And there we go. Fantastic. And if we link back to the home page as well, we should see that we're following one of them, but not the other. Brilliant. And of course, we can choose to follow both if we want. And that means that they'll both appear on our timeline. There we go. So that's following and unfollowing sorted. The next challenge is for the user themselves to be able to post a tweet, and that's what we're going to do in the next video. So we're getting quite close. The user can now follow or unfollow specific users, and then when they do, those users' tweets appear in their timeline, and also we can see their tweets on the main page and see whether they're following or not following that particular person. So there's not that much left to do. We need to allow the user to post tweets, which is what we're going to do in this video, and then we're just going to enable public profiles and searching of tweets in the final video coming up next. So posting tweets is actually pretty straightforward. We just need to call a jQuery method when the posting tweets button is clicked. And here we'll need to set an ID for that. So post tweet button should do. And remember, we'll need the tweet content ID as well. So over in footer.php, let's set this up in the usual way. So we've got an ID. We want to set a click to it. Let's go a little bit further than just alerting hello. And this time we'll put tweet content .val. So just to make sure that we can get the tweet content. And something's gone a little wrong there. I think first off we might need to switch this from a form to a div, because once again we're not actually wanting to submit the form. And let's get rid of that type submit there as well. And let's make sure that we've saved footer.php. Okay, that should work. There we go. So it's empty. If I put some text in, there we go. So of course we want to submit that to actions.php. So let's grab some code to do that. And the action is going to be post tweet. And all we need is tweet content. And that's going to be tweet content dot val. Okay. Now we're getting familiar with how to set this up. So we can just do a check to see if action is equal to, and then I've actually forgotten what it was. So let's just go and check in footer.php, post tweet. Then, as before, we'll just print all the post variables, and then in footer.php, we'll alert the result. Okay, so if I now put some values in there, tweet content is ASDF. Wonderful. So we should probably do a check to make sure that there is some content. So let's say if there isn't any content, we'll echo your tweet is empty. And, whoops, let's just make sure we spell that right. And we should check that the string is not too long as well. So let's just see how we get the length of a string. String get length. That looks promising. So strlen. Perfect. And I think I've actually started writing my PHP in the wrong place. So let's just paste that in, copy that, and undo all of that. Deary me. We'll save that in footers.php, and we should be working in actions.php here. Okay, that's better. So if there's no tweet content, we'll echo your tweet is empty. Else, if the tweet content is greater than 140 characters, then we'll echo your tweet is too long. And else we'll post it. So let's just check first off. Your tweet is empty. Excellent. And if I put tons and tons and tons and tons of characters in, it's got to be more than 140 surely. Your tweet is too long. Perfect. And if I just put 4 characters in, we get a empty response. Brilliant. So all we need to do is an insert. So I'm just going to copy the code from that, and we want to insert into tweets. Let's remind ourselves what tweets looks like. So we've got an ID which we don't need to set, tweet which we do, user ID, and date time. So tweet, user ID, I think with a lowercase I, and date time, and then some values. So the tweet itself, I'm just going to copy that. So the tweet will need to be in single quotes. And this is going to be the post variable tweet content. And then we'll have the user ID, which is the current user. So session ID, and date time. We can actually insert directly using MySQL with now. And then I'll return a 1. Okay, this is a test. 1. Looking promising. Let's just go back to the home page. We should have, there it is. This is a test, has now been tweeted. We do get this SS effect because I shortened seconds to just S. Let's use SEC. Okay, that's great. So I think all that remains is to show the user a message to see whether it's been successful or not. So when we display the tweet box, we'll have a couple of hidden divs. So we'll have tweet success. which will have a class of alert success, and your tweet was posted successfully. We'll also have a div with an ID of tweet fail. That's going to have a class of alert and alert danger. And we'll close the div because we're going to add the content to that ourselves. So tweet success and tweet fail, we both want to be hidden. So let's add those there. So tweet success, display none. You could obviously have all these in a single declaration if you like. I'm going to keep them separate so that we can style them separately if we want to. And then back over to footer.php. If we get a result of 1, then we want to find tweet success and show it. Simple as that. I think I will just check to make sure that result is not empty, because we might get an error back or something. Then in this case we'll be using tweet fail, and we'll set the HTML to whatever the error message is, and then again we'll show it. We should also hide tweet success when there's been a failure, and vice versa. We should hide tweet fail when there's been a success. Okay, let's have a look. Another test, fingers crossed. I knew I shouldn't have written so much as a test. Let's have a look, see if something's gone wrong. Nothing in the JavaScript console. Okay, let's have a look at result. Let's just check. Yeah, we are echoing 1, so we should get a response of some sort. Okay, so we got your tweet is empty. Is there an issue with tweet fail? There could be. I tell you what, let's test that by taking out the display is hidden for tweet fail. Then we should be able to see it at the start. There we go. So empty tweet. Okay, that worked. What if I want to tweet fail? We get a 1. Oh, and everything does seem to be fine. So let's put that back in. Maybe it just hadn't quite saved. Does sometimes give that error if it hasn't saved the file properly. Tweet fail. So I feel we should now post tweet success. Hurrah. There we go. And let's just get rid of the alert now that we don't need it. There. Brilliant. So now the user can post tweets we're in a position to set up the Your Tweets page, which we'll do in the same way we set up the timeline page. So back over to FTP and create a file called yourtweets.php. Open that up. Before we edit it, we'll add an if statement for that. So your tweets. Then we want to open yourtweets.php, which will say my usual greetings. Hi there. So let's click your tweets. There we go. Wonderful. So now we've added that page, let's copy over the home page code and we'll just change that to your tweets. And we'll call the display tweets function again, but we'll set the type to your tweets. So back over to functions.php. And then this is going to be a much more straightforward. If type is equal to your tweets, then where clause in this case is just going to equal where user ID is equal to, and then we want MySQL I real escape string and session ID. And that should find all the tweets from our user. Let's have a look. Nope. Okay, let's cheat again and echo out the query to see what's going wrong. So select star from tweets where user ID equals and then nothing. Well, that's interesting. Let's just see what the type variable is. The type is indeed your tweets. So to make sure we're in the right place, echo out just the where clause. Yep. Let's get rid of that echo there. Might be very obvious what's going wrong, but it's not clear to me. Let's have a look at the session variable. Ah, it is empty. Okay, so somehow in all of that we've got logged out. That shouldn't have happened because at the beginning of functions.php we have session start. It could possibly be that when we were saving functions.php that didn't get opened, so the session didn't get started, so we got logged out. So let's log back in as Rob3 at rob.com. That's looking better. So now back over to your tweets. There we go. So now we do have a session ID of 9, but it's still not putting it in the where clause for some reason. Ah, yes, there we go. So being logged out was a bit of a red herring because mostly I'd forgotten to put link in there. There we go. So there's Rob3 at rob.com's wonderful tweets. And we can now get rid of the where clause. Great, so users can now tweet and view their own tweets if they want to. There's two more things that are needed then, and one is a search and the other is being able to view public profiles. And we'll set up both of those in the next and final video. So we've done fantastically well so far. We've got our main Twitter page, which shows the latest tweets of all of our users. We've got the user's timeline, which shows tweets of people that they are following. We've got the Your Tweets page, which shows tweets of our current user. And the user can also post tweets and, of course, log in and log out in a sophisticated manner. So all that's left is being able to search tweets and setting up public profiles as well. So let's start off with search. We're going to need a new page. So I'll create a file search.php. Open that up. And we'll set up the index.php as well. I have search.php. Wonderful. Just going to need to open that again. So we'll have good old hi there, and we're going to need to change the code for the search box so that it has an input with a type of hidden, a name of page, and a value of search. So that should redirect the form submission to the home page or the search page. And the name for our search term will be Q, short for query. Okay. So now we should be able to fill in the search box once that's all saved. And I'm going to search for test. We'll do a search and you can see that's redirected to the search page with a queue of test. And we've got our hi there as well. Wonderful. So let's copy the home page code again. But this time, instead of recent tweets, we're going to have search results. And we'll have display tweets with a type of search. So back over to functions.php. We'll set this up here. So if type is equal to search, how are we going to set up a search? Well, as always, there are many ways that we could do it. The simplest way is to just look for the search term in the tweet content. So I'm going to say where tweet is like, and then we'll use the % signs to look for anything, and then the search string, and then anything else. So that should allow us to search for whatever we want. And there we go. Test and test. And I think it's probably worth, in this case, echoing showing results for, and then let's display that there so they know what they're searching for. And notice I've put MySQL real escape string around that as well, just in case they're trying to put any malicious code into your page. Has something gone wrong? Showing results for yes. That's right, and then that should do it. Nope, something's still gone wrong. Showing results for MySQL will escape string there. Yep. And of course, yep, a single quote at the very end. There we go. So that was easy enough. I'm just going to pop search results in there. And of course, we could update that very easily with anything we wanted. Could search for this, etc. So notice that's not a particularly sophisticated search system. To do that, we'd have to write a lot more code or use some kind of PHP plugin, but it gets the job done. So all that remains then is to show public profiles. So we'll need one more page, which has a name of public profiles. So let's set that up. And open it up. And we'll also set it up in index.php. And where are we? Down the bottom now. Of course, we'll start off with a friendly hello. And then we want to be able to do two things on the public profiles page. We want to be able to show a list of everyone on the site, and if a certain user is selected, to show the tweets of that particular user. So first things first, let's copy the homepage code. And what we'll do is we'll check for the existence of a user ID. And display different results depending on whether there is one. So if there isn't, then let's have active users, and we'll have a function to do this called display users, which of course we'll set up in functions.php. Should be pretty straightforward. We just want to grab all of the users and display their email addresses. So let's find some code to do that for us. I'm just going to copy that chunk. So here we're going to select everything from users. And I'm going to limit it to 10. And then I'm not going to check that there are any, because there will definitely be at least my test ones that I've put in there. Remember, we'll need a global link. And then for now, I'm just going to echo email. There we go. Yep. So not particularly beautiful. Let's put them in paragraph tags. There we go. So you might want to create some kind of user search or a pagination system which shows the first 10 and then you can click to view the next 10 if you like. That's fairly straightforward, so I'm not going to go through that here. But what I do want to do is link up each of these active users so that they're actually a link to page is equal to public profiles and user ID is equal to in fact from the user table it's just ID. So let's just check that. So they're now all nicely linked up. If I choose rob2@rob.com, so we now have a user ID in the URL as well, which means that we're in this section here. So what we want to do is display tweets from a specific user. So I'm going to call using just the user ID. And then finally, over in functions.php, we'll add a new where clause. And this time we can't check to see if type is equal to something, because we don't know what it'll be equal to. It'll just be a number. But we can use is numeric to see if it's a user ID. So just to check that that's working, I'm going to echo type and we should get an 8. There we go. Wonderful. Yep, so that's loads, but I haven't included my where clause yet. So let's add that in. We want where user ID equals, and then we'll have MySQLi real escape string type, and then that will show the tweets of that particular user. And it will be good to see which user we're following here, so we can actually use this code. There we go, to get the users, but we want to use type there. Get the user, and then we can just echo h2, and we'll have the username, or in our case the email address, and their tweets. There we go. And that's it. We've actually created a remarkably complete Twitter clone where we can search the existing users' tweets. We can post a tweet. And that was posted successfully. We can see it straight away on the timeline. We can view the tweets of the people that we're following, and we can follow them and unfollow them using Ajax. We can view a list of our own tweets and view all of the public profiles and view their tweets or not if they don't have any. One very small thing that's just come to mind actually as I did the run through is that it would be good to link up these links to the public profiles. So let's just quickly do that. When we're displaying the tweets, we don't just want to show the user email, we want to link to the user ID. So let's close the link there. And this is going to be something like page equals public profile and user ID equals and then the user ID. So let's just test that. There we go. They're now all linked up. So if I click on one of those, it links to that particular profile. So great. I hope you've enjoyed that. I really like the app that we've ended up with. And I like the structure as well, that the views are now separated from the major functions of the code. Index.php is just used to display whichever page we want. And we've got functions to contain the main logic of the app. And actions is essentially our API, which we can then call to do things like post a tweet or log the user in. I hope you've enjoyed that then, and I hope it's inspired you to create something similar. And once you've built what will be the next big social network, do tweet me a link and I'll forward it to the world. Congratulations on making it to the end of the complete web developer course. I hope you've enjoyed the experience and I hope you've made the most of the learning opportunities by building real websites and apps yourself as you've been going along. But for now, I'm just going to encourage you to keep on building websites and web apps and getting them out into the world. Who knows, you could end up building the next Facebook, Twitter, or Google. And anything you do build, send to me on Twitter and I'll happily tell the world about it. I hope you've enjoyed the Complete Web Developer course as much as I enjoyed making it, and I wish you all the best of luck in your coding and web development career.